Welcome back, brothers, to Amalur. Tonight we're diving into Lord of the Imperial Knights. Before I get into the madness, be sure to like, comment any videos and topics you want to see in the future. Be sure to subscribe for the Imperial. I want to thank you guys for the support. I've been killing like always. Now, let's get to the madness.
The night crypts beneath Castle Valdor had never known dawn. No sun had ever touched those cathedral vaults. No honest wind had ever crossed the black iron floors or stirred the oath banners hanging in their long funereal rows. The crypts were carved into the mountain's heart, deep below the fortress keeps and gun bastions, below the serf warrens and execution yards, below even the reliquary pits where the bones of dead nobles were cleaned, wired, lacquered, and set into the walls as witnesses. There, in the cold dark, the war engines of House Valdor stood in silence. They were not parked, they were enthroned. Each knight rested in its own shrine bay, locked upright by adamantium braces and skeletal gantries, surrounded by candles, incense engines, data lecterns, and hanging chains heavy with purity seals. Their armor plates were painted in the black and iron red of Valdor, each tilting shield marked with kill script, older than many Imperial worlds. Their heads were bowed as if in prayer, though every serf in the castle knew better. Machines of that size did not pray. They remembered. The sacristans moved among them like carrion insects upon the limbs of gods. They crawled over adamantium ankles and piston housings, dragging censers that coughed bitter smoke. They polished knee joints with oil made from rendered animal fat and sanctified mineral unguents. They pressed parchment strips to armor plates and sealed them with wax stamped by the household sigil, a crowned gauntlet crushing a serpent beneath its fist. Servo skulls drifted in slow processions through the vaulted gloom, their eye lenses glowing red, their brass vox grills clicking and hissing in Binharic cant. The sound was not music, though the ignorant called it hymnody. It was instruction, appeasement, threat. Wake, the cant said. Remember, the cant said. Obey, the cant said. Deep within the dormant throne's mechanicum, the dead answered in whispers. They were not voices any unaugmented ear could hear. They were pressure changes in the air, trembling through the iron ribs of the hangar. They were flickers in lumen globes, spasms in dormant targeting lenses, brief contractions in fist-sized bundles of nerve cable. They were the instincts of slain kings, dead barons, butchered scions and half-mad ancestors, all preserved in the ghost memory of their thrones. A night pilot did not sit alone in command. He sat in judgment before every noble who had worn the throne before him, and if he was weak, they would know. If he lied, they would know. If he feared, they would taste it. At the center of the crypt stood Oath of Iron. The Knight Paladin was older than the fortress above it, older than the dynastic chapel, older than the Imperial tithe ledgers that named Valdor loyal. Its armor was scarred by wars no living man could recall. Its right arm bore a rapid-fire battle cannon whose barrel had cracked and been reforged so many times that its machine spirit was said to hate silence. Its left arm ended in a Reaper chainsword, as long as a hab-block transit rail, its teeth each engraved with the name of a world made obedient. Around its carapace hung chains of blackened bronze, and from those chains dangled the finger bones of oath-breakers. High King Severian Valdor stood before it without kneeling. He was an old man, though none would have called him frail, and survived the discourtesy. Age had thinned him, not softened him. His skull was shaved clean, except for the iron nails of neural interface sockets running down the back of his scalp and into his spine. His face was long, pale, and severe, with the stretched quality of flesh that had spent too many years under surgical restraint. One eye was natural and cold grey. The other was an augmetic lens of smoked crystal, clicking quietly as it focused upon the sacristans swarming over his engine. He wore black court armor chased with red enamel, and a cloak made from the cured hide of something that had once tried to eat him on a death world. At his throat hung the oath key to Oath of Iron's cockpit shrine. Men had killed for lesser relics. Men had been killed for looking upon it too long. "High King," said Sacristan Preceptor Omak Delt. The sacristan bowed with the minimum acceptable devotion. His body had been reduced by piety and improved by machinery. His legs were piston-braced, his left arm a cluster of delicate tool limbs, his mouth hidden behind a grill that exhaled incense with every breath. Red robes hung from him in oil-stained strips. Little devotional cogwheels clicked beneath his skin. "The awakening cycle is prepared. The throne accepts your bloodline. Oath of Iron has endured the diagnostic litanies without objection." Severian looked up at the giant machine. "My throne does not object," he said. "It judges." Omak's lenses contracted. "As does every sacred machine, my lord." "No." Severian's voice was quiet, which made the sacristans nearby become very still. "A Lazarifal obeys, a loader complains, a shuttle sulks, a knight judges. Speak with precision in my crypt." The sacristan bowed lower. "Correction received, precision restored. The knight judges you worthy." "For now," Severian said. The words were not humility. They were contempt for comfort. Across the crypt, a brass alarm bell began to toll. Not the deep bells of feast or execution, not the iron bells that marked a birth in the noble bloodline or a serf revolt in the lower warrens. This was a thin, screaming bell, struck not by hand, but by astropathic convulsion. Servo skulls jerked in the air as if caught by invisible wire. Lumen globes flared white. One sacristan collapsed to his knees, blood running from his nose and ears as the warp message passed through the castle's receiving choir and bled into every sanctified circuit. The dead in the thrones stirred. Oath of Iron's head lifted by a fraction. In the air above the crypt floor, a hololithic projection guttered into being. Static crawled across it in green-white scars. A robed figure appeared, faceless behind administratum seals and transmission degradation. Behind the figure, other voices overlapped. A ministorum preacher, a munitorum quartermaster, a naval attaché, an astropath weeping blood through words that were not his own. "Mordrath Secundus," said the administratum voice, "stands in arrears." The words echoed through the crypt with ridiculous smallness. Several nobles had entered by then, drawn by the alarm. Baron Cadron came first, tall and broad, with a duelist's face, and a hand resting upon the pommel of a ceremonial blade. Seneschal Malrek followed, thicker, older, his beard bound with silver rings, his mouth curved in the faintest suggestion of distaste. Behind them came young Lord Scion Hadrian, not yet enthroned in a true knight, his court armor too polished, his eyes too hungry. The astropathic message continued, collapsing and reforming with every breath. Mordrath Secundus has failed in the delivery of macro shell casings, last cell charge blocks, munitions press labor, indentured menial cohorts, promethium refinement quotas, and regimental flesh tithe. Manufactorum output has fallen beneath acceptable thresholds. Planetary authorities cite unrest. Munitorum adjudication rejects excuse. Ecclesiarchal review names sin. Imperial decree names dereliction. Malrek snorted. "In arrears." He spoke the phrase as if tasting spoiled meat. Cadron looked toward Severian. "How many cycles unpaid?" Omak's mechadendrites flickered through the hololithic data stream. Confirmed lapse across several tithe intervals. Local suppression forces degraded. Astra Militarum relief assets engaged and failing. Requests for noble engine support escalated through lawful channels. Hadrian's gaze went to the awakened silhouettes of the knights. He tried not to smile. Failed. "Rebellion, then," he said. Severian did not look at him. "Do not dress hunger in fine armor, boy. Rebellion is a word for men with banners. This is unpaid debt with corpses attached." The hololith shrieked. The ministorum voice rose above the others, raw with hatred. "The world has turned its face from terror. Let iron descend. Let oath and flame instruct the faithless. Let the guilty kneel beneath the tread of loyal engines. Cadron folded his arms. A preacher's tongue, useful for making noise, less useful for counting guns. Malrek's eyes were fixed on the data. Mordrath Secundus arms subsector fleets. If its forges fall silent, 3 crusade fronts begin starving within the year. Then the world matters, Hadrian said. Malrek looked at him. The world's output matters. The world itself is a shell around the furnaces. Severian smiled faintly at that. You are learning, Seneschal, at last. The court assembled not in a council chamber, but beneath the standing engines, as Valdor tradition demanded. Matters of war were not debated among cushions and wine. They were spoken before the ancestors, beneath weapons capable of leveling cities. Oath banners were lowered from the vaults by chains. Some were parchment, some were flayed hides, some had been made from the stitched uniforms of enemy generals, lacquered and preserved until their names no longer mattered, but their defeat still did. Serfs carried braziers along the iron floor, their bare feet leaving bloody prints where frost had split their skin. The nobles took their places. No one asked whether Mordrath's billions should be spared. No one asked whether the workers had risen from starvation, corruption, fear, or desperation. Those questions belonged to priests, generals, and weak men with ink on their fingers. House Valdor asked a different question. Was the insult worthy of full household wrath? Cadron spoke first. A lesser lance could restore production, send armigers with 1 Questoris engine, break the palace, hang the governor, compel the overseers. We need not wake judgment absolute for a debtor's tantrum. Malrek answered with a growl. Half measures teach half lessons. Mordrath feeds war zones. If one forge world sees leniency, others will dream. Dreams become petitions. Petitions become delay. Delay becomes treason. Your remedy for a cracked tooth is decapitation, Cadron said. My remedy for rot is amputation. Hadrian listened, heart hammering. He tried to keep his posture still, lordly, worthy of the armor he had not yet earned. Above him, the knights loomed like seated judges. He had grown under their gaze. Every noble child of Valdor had. He had learned the catechisms before he learned arithmetic. The machine is the oath. The throne is the blood. The serf serves. The noble rules. The knight endures. Long before the Imperium found Valdor, the house had endured in darkness. That was what the tutors taught. In the lost ages, when mankind's first star realms shattered, and the night between worlds filled with predators, the night houses had survived as iron monarchies. Their engines had guarded colonists from Xenos beasts, rad storms, famine wars, and the madness that came when old machines died and no one remembered how to make new ones. The throne had made kings because only kings could bear its ghosts. The peasants worked because work kept the walls standing. The nobles fought because the engines required bloodlines to command them. Then terror came, bearing eagles, priests, and contracts written in the language of empire. House Valdor had sworn. House Valdor had never bowed. There was a difference, and every Valdor child understood it. Severian let the argument breathe until it became repetitive. Then he raised one hand. Silence fell. Mordrath Secundus withholds the emperor's due, he said. It arms enemies by refusing to arm servants. It insults terror. It insults the munitorum. It insults the priesthood. These are distant offenses, tolerable in small men, expected from cowards, but it has also required that our house be summoned like a kennel of hounds to correct the failure of lesser authorities. His augmetic eye clicked once. That is the insult that matters. Malrek bowed his head. Cadron's expression hardened, but he did not argue. Hadrian felt the words settle in him like iron filings drawn to a magnet. Severian turned toward the youngest noble. Hadrian, my king, you will undergo the ritual of becoming before translation. Hadrian's mouth dried. For a moment, The crypt seemed to tilt around him. "I am honored." "You are untested," Severian said. "Honor comes after survival." Omak gestured with one cluster of tool limbs. Far across the crypt, another shrine bay ignited with lumen strips. The armiger warglaive within was small only by comparison to the towering Questoris engines. To a mortal, it was still a god of war wrought in steel, hunched and predatory, bearing a thermal spear and chain cleaver. Its armor was unmarked black, waiting for heraldry and kills. Little Tyrant. Hadrian had whispered the name in his sleep since boyhood. Omak's vox grill rasped. The armiger throne is receptive, neural hooks cleansed, pilot imprint cradle prepared. Warning remains unchanged. The throne will not merely receive you, Lord Scion. It will evaluate. It will measure. Aggression, hesitation, fear response, mnemonic obedience, ancestral compatibility, and capacity for violence under command pressure. Malrek smiled. "If it finds you wanting, try not to soil the cockpit. The sacristans complain when noble terror gets into the sockets." A few nobles chuckled. Hadrian did not. "I will master it." Severian struck him across the face. The blow was open-handed, but the old king still had strength enough to split Hadrian's lip and drive him to one knee. Blood pattered onto the iron floor. "You will not master it," Severian said. "You will be accepted by it, or you will be rejected by it. A knight is not a horse. It is not a blade. It is not some whimpering serf to be commanded because your blood is old and your name is polished. The throne will taste you. It will find every coward thought you have hidden from your tutors. It will know every time you imagined glory without cost. If Little Tyrant permits you to guide its wrath, you will thank it every time you wake still sane." Hadrian rose slowly. He kept his eyes down, not from shame, but because rage had entered them, and he wished to keep it private. "Yes, my king. Better." The launch rites began before the astropathic echo had fully faded. Castle Valdor woke from root to battlement. Great chains groaned. Plasma furnaces ignited beneath the mountain. Munition vaults opened with the sigh of tombs. Surf gangs marched in column, bent beneath shell casings, fuel hoses, armor plates, oath plaques, and corpse wax candles. Priests of the household chapel came masked in iron, chanting litanies of obedience. Tech adepts answered in Binharic. Noble pages carried helmets on black cushions. Servo haulers dragged ammunition pallets across the crypt floor, each shell blessed, tagged, counted, and destined for some distant body. One serf collapsed beneath the weight of a ceremonial feed chain. He was old, or perhaps merely starved into the shape of age. His knees gave way. The chain slipped. The procession behind him faltered by a single breath. A loader engine rolled forward on sacred schedule. Its driver saw the fallen man. Everyone saw him. The serf lifted one shaking hand, not in prayer, but in animal terror. The loader did not stop. Its left track passed over his legs first, pressing them flat with a wet crackle. His scream rose high enough to pierce the chants. Then the second track climbed over his torso and burst him against the iron floor. Blood sprayed across the feed chain. Something pale and soft slid from the ruin of him and was immediately crushed into a red smear beneath the next tread. The procession continued. A junior sacristan marked the feed chain contaminated and therefore sanctified by service. Two corpsemen hurried forward with hooked poles to drag what remained of the serf aside before his fluids interfered with traction. Severian did not look down. Hadrian did. Cadron saw him looking. "Remember it." Hadrian wiped blood from his split lip. "Because every life serves the engine?" "No," Cadron said. "Because one day you will decide whether to stop, and every eye in your throne will judge the answer." Across the vault, the names of war were spoken aloud as the engines came alive. Oath of Iron, Knight Paladin of the High Throne, Bearer of the King's Wrath, Saint Breaker, Knight Errant, armed with thermal cannon and the fury of close murder. Mercy's grave, knight gallant, whose thunderstrike gauntlet had cracked fortress gates and enemy skulls with equal reverence. Ash Warden, knight crusader, whose Avenger Gatling cannon had harvested infantry by the acre, and whose carapace storm spear had ended the pride of enemy armor columns. The Helverin twins, Gravelark and Bitter Omen, lean-shouldered and long-barreled, killers of aircraft and light armor. The Warglaves, Little Tyrant, Hound of Valdor, and Red Pilgrim, swift hunters with thermal spears and chain cleavers, hungry for the knees of larger prey. And last, in the deepest bay, where even nobles lowered their voices, judgment absolute. The Dominus Castellan did not wake quickly. It awakened like a mountain remembering hatred. Its plasma decimator throbbed with captive sunfire. Its volcano lance hung beneath its arm like the judgment of a wrathful star. Around its throne shrine, the sacristans wore leaded robes and sang through shielded vox masks, because the ancient engine's reactor, dreams were poisonous. When its eyes lit, every serf in the crypt fell to his knees. Severian remained standing. The final decree arrived through the hololith, cleaned now of astropathic distortion and sealed by enough authorities to damn a world. Mordrath Secundus was to resume production within 30 Terran days. Its manufactorums were to be reclaimed. Its labor force was to be restored to function by pacification, replacement, or reduction. Its ruling bodies were to submit to investigation, execution, or both. If compliance failed, House Valdor was authorized to strip the world by force and deliver its remaining industrial assets to loyal custody. Cadron listened grimly. Malrek looked pleased. Hadrian felt Little Tyrant watching him from across the crypt, though its helm had not turned. Severian took the oath key from his throat and pressed it into the socket at Oath of Iron's descending command cradle. The giant machine opened its breastplate with a hiss of pressure seals and incense smoke. Cables unfolded like black veins. The cockpit shrine waited within, lit red, close and holy as a coffin. The High King climbed. Before the throne swallowed him, he turned to his court. "We are not summoned to liberate Mordrath," he said. "Liberation is a word used by men who intend to ask permission. We are not sent to save its people. People are born, consumed, and replaced. We are not sent to negotiate with hunger, pity treason, or count tears." His hand closed around the cockpit frame. "We are sent to restore obedience." The throne took him. Oath of Iron straightened to its full height, chains swaying, battle cannon rising, Reaper Chainsward purring as its teeth began to move. Around it, the other knights woke in sequence, filling the crypt with reactor thunder. Banners shook, candles died in the hot wind of ancient engines. Serfs pressed their faces to the floor and wept from terror, mistaken for devotion. Above Castle Valdor, void landers began to descend from the storm clouds. The household marched to war. Far away, beneath the primary hive of Mordrath Secundus, where the manufactorum roots plunged into heat, darkness, and old betrayal, a corrupted Vox throne received the launch hymn. It was made from brass, bone, and the cockpit shell of a murdered knight. Cables threaded through the fused remains of the noble inside it. His flesh had long ago ceased pretending it was separate from the machine. His armor plates were nailed into the chamber walls like icons. His eyes opened in the dark, wet and golden, reflecting fires that burned without fuel. Around him, Heertek priests bowed. Bound workers screamed into copper funnels, their agony refined into signal strength. A war engine shifted in the abyss behind the throne, vast and impatient, its chains scraping sparks from the stone. The traitor noble listened to House Valdor's hymn until it ended. Then he smiled with a mouth that had been stitched wider than any human mouth should go. "Let the giants come," he whispered. His vox carried the words into every sleeping engine beneath the hive. "We have made gods of our own." The fleet returned to real space like a blade dragged through a wound. Warp fire bled from the void in sheets of violet and corpse green, crawling over the prows of the Valdor warships before guttering into nothing. One by one, the vessels of the household emerged from the immaterium and entered the Mordrath system beneath the cold gaze of hostile stars. Their Geller fields still crackled with the fading touch of things that had scratched at them in transit. Frost clung to lance batteries. Static ghosts screamed once through the Vox and were silenced by sanctioned exorcism. In the holds below, chained serfs vomited blood into their rebreathers and thanked the Emperor that the voyage had ended before the demons learned their names. Mordrath Secundus waited ahead. It was not beautiful. No forge world was beautiful, save to the priests of Mars and those who mistook smoke for prayer. Mordrath was a furnace sphere wrapped in bruised cloud and orbital debris. Its ash oceans turned slowly beneath continents of manufacturum iron. Its hive spires rose from the blackened crust like stakes driven into a dying animal, each one crowned by defense lasers, macro chimneys, vox cathedrals, and shrine stacks whose bells had not rung true in months. Around the planet drifted the remains of its industry and its punishment. Broken hab stations spun in lazy ruin. Corpse ships hung gutted in orbit, their holds open to the stars, thousands of frozen bodies spilling from them like beads from a torn rosary. Minefields shimmered in the darkness, some Imperial, some Rebel, some old enough that no living officer knew which side had placed them. The fleet advanced through the graveyard under Auspec's discipline. Void shields flared as debris struck them. Escort frigates fired their point defense batteries in constant stuttering bursts, punching paths through scrap clouds, dead servitors, drifting fuel tanks, and the occasional corpse still sealed in a pressure suit. A dead man bounced from the prow of the transport basilica of due obedience, shattered into glittering fragments, and was gone. No one marked his passing. The system was full of dead men. Mordrath had been spending them carelessly for a long time. High King Severian Valdor watched the planet from within the command cradle of Oath of Iron. The Knight Paladin stood locked inside the assault hold of a drop cathedral, its feet clamped to sanctified mag rails, its weapon limbs folded in restraint. Around Severian, the throne mechanicum breathed through his nerves. Dead kings murmured beneath his thoughts. They disliked the delay. They disliked the stench of the warp still clinging to the fleet. Most of all, they disliked Mordrath. It had the look of a world that believed itself permitted to bargain. Severian's flesh sat deep in the cockpit shrine, pierced by communion needles, crowned by interface hooks, ribbed with pressure clamps. Incense smoke drifted across the lumen gloom. Data runes scrolled across the inner faceplate of his helm, translating orbital telemetry into war meaning. Mine density, shield interference, atmospheric toxicity, loyalist beachheads, rebel macro fortresses, casualty projections, fuel estimates, tithe degradation. The last mattered most. Mordrath had failed in its purpose. Therefore, Mordrath had invited judgment. A Vox channel opened in a burst of static. House Valdor Command, this is Lord General Hest Varro of the Mordrath Compliance Army. Authentication follows. By the authority of Segmentum Command and the seal of the Departamento Munitorum, I acknowledge your arrival. The voice was flat, dry, exhausted. A soldier's voice, stripped of all ornament by months of watching men die badly. Severian allowed the silence to stretch before replying. Lord General Varro, House Valdor hears you. Another pause. The mortal commander did not fill it with flattery. That was either discipline or discourtesy. Severian was not yet certain which. My remaining forces hold portions of the equatorial landing belt, the eastern refinery causeways, and 3 broken approaches to Hive Carthax. I say hold because the word survives in official usage. The ground itself is contested from trench lip to trench lip. Rebel artillery has our range. Traitor armor moves through the refinery fog at will. My regiments are below half strength. Several are below a tenth. The enemy has fortified every manufactorum stack between here and the primary hive. Then your failure has been comprehensive, Severian said. Hadrian heard the exchange through the lance command net from within Little Tyrant. His armiger's cockpit was tighter than the court simulacra had ever seemed, the air hot with engine breath and the copper stink of his own blood where the throne sockets had accepted him. He had expected triumph when the bond became real. Instead, there had been pressure, eyes behind his eyes, instincts not his own flexing inside his bones. Little Tyrant did not love him. It tolerated him. That was enough. Varro answered after a moment. My failure has purchased you landing zones, High King. You may spend them as you wish. A thin smile touched Severian's mouth. Perhaps the mortal had teeth after all. The first images from the surface streamed across the lance net. Mordrath's landing fields were not fields anymore. They were wounds. Trenches crossed the black earth in jagged rings around shattered fuel silos and half-buried bunker lines. Dead guardsmen lay in drifts where artillery had rolled them together. Some wore the grey coats of Mordrathian loyalist regiments. Others bore off world colours, Cadian pattern armour, Brontian rebreathers, Krieg greatcoats, Harakoni drop harnesses stripped for copper wire. Tanks lay overturned in the mud, their hulls peeled open by melter fire, their crews fused to the inner plates. At the edge of one trench network, a commissar had been nailed to a vox mast with lengths of rebar through his wrists and throat. His cap remained on his head. His bolt pistol hung empty from its chain. Rebel graffiti covered the mast beneath him in ash paint and dried blood. The words were crude, but the meaning was clear. No more tithe. Severian looked upon the image and felt nothing resembling pity. He felt irritation. Waste was tolerable when done in the Emperor's name. Waste in defiance of duty was obscene. The rebels revealed themselves as the fleet lowered toward orbital assault. They were not noble men with clean banners, despite whatever lies they told themselves in their furnace chapels. Auspec's magnification showed starving hive workers wrapped in stolen flak armor and chain links, their faces gaunt behind furnace masks. It showed mutant labor gangs with overgrown shoulders and blind white eyes, driven forward by overseers carrying shock mauls. It showed renegade militia in mismatched uniforms, some still wearing Imperial Aquilas scratched through with knives. It showed tank crews who had painted their vehicles with slogans, corpse hands, and flayed parchment. It showed tech heretics stalking behind them on brass augmetic legs, red robes darkened to rust, their mechadendrites tipped with syringes and saws. Behind them, deeper in the smoke, moved shapes no loyal forge would bless. Crawler shrines on treads, autogun servitors stitched together in clusters, gun platforms mounted on lobotomized Ogrin bodies, Vox towers that screamed scrap code into the air until the picked feeds stuttered and wept static. Dark Mechanicum, Omak Delt signaled across the household noosphere. Contamination confirmed. Rite of hatred authorized. Mercy suspended. Mercy was never aboard, Malrek voxed from within Mercy's grave. The drop cathedrals entered atmosphere under fire. Mordrath's sky took them like a mouthful of knives. Anti-orbital shells rose from hidden silo batteries, each one trailing dirty flame. They burst against descending void shields in great white flowers, shaking the landers until serfs broke their teeth against restraint bars. Warning bells clanged through the assault holds. Sacristans chanted faster. A fuel line ruptured somewhere in the belly of the lander, carrying ash warden, and burning promethium rained down through a maintenance gallery, setting 3 loader crews alight. They screamed while the fire suppression servitors clubbed them flat and smothered the flames beneath chemical foam. No one delayed the descent. One lander died above the western approach, caught by a defense laser that punched through its shield during a flicker in the harmonics. For a heartbeat it remained whole, a black cathedral hanging in the poisonous clouds. Then its spine broke. Its engines detonated. The craft came apart in a storm of burning armor and sanctified wreckage, spilling men, machines, and ammunition into the sky. Hadrian watched the runes vanish from the slate. Not a night transport. Surf supply and munitions. Acceptable loss, the throne whispered. He hated that the whisper sounded reasonable. The Basilica of Due Obedience slammed into Mordrath's crust, with enough force to flatten the rebel barricades closest to the landing mark. Its assault doors opened before the dust had cleared. Oath of Iron stepped into war. The first thing beneath its foot was a barricade made from hab doors, tank traps, corpses, and devotional statuary stolen from loyal shrines. The night crushed it in one stride. Men beneath the wreckage burst like ration packs under a hammer. Bone fragments sprayed across its shin plates. Severian advanced through the smoke, battle cannon rising. A hab block ahead flashed with muzzle fire. Lascannons, missile nests, stubber balconies, 100 little defiant lights in the dark. Oath of Iron fired. The rapid fire battle cannon spoke with the voice of dynastic extinction. The first shell struck the hab block's midsection and caved it inward. The second tore through the floors above, shredding rooms, bodies, bunks, icons, and ammunition caches in a blossom of brick dust and meat. The third passed clean through and detonated in the street behind, hurling a rebel troop carrier onto its roof. By the time the echoes rolled back across the landing zone, the hab block had become a leaning carcass, vomiting fire from every window. The rest of the household followed. St. Breaker strode down through the ash with its thermal cannon glowing like a caged sunrise. Mercy's grave came after, chainblade and thunderstrike gauntlet flexing as if eager to feel architecture break beneath its fingers. Ash Warden anchored the right, its Avenger Gatling cannon cycling with a rising whine that made infantry on both sides cover their ears. Judgment Absolute remained behind the line, descending from its lander with terrible patience. Volcano Lance lowered, Plasma Decimator awake, a Dominus engine wreathed in heat haze and cathedral smoke. The armigers ran ahead. Hadrian felt Little Tyrant's legs beneath him as his own, each stride a violent prayer. Hound of Valdor and Red Pilgrim moved to either side, warglaves loping through the debris with predatory grace. The Helverins took higher ground on a ridge of fused slag, autocannons elevating toward rebel aircraft that circled like carrion beasts above the smoke. The spearhead formed with outspoken order. It was old doctrine, older than the Imperium's bureaucratic names for war. Armigers screened and hunted. The Paladin and Errant formed the killing center. The Crusader drowned resistance in fire. The Gallant waited for the breach. The Castellan condemned anything too large or too distant for lesser wrath. Lord General Varro watched from a command bunker half sunken into the landing zone's eastern trench line. He had not slept in any meaningful sense for 11 days. Recaf and nerve stimulants had turned his hands into trembling claws. His uniform was clean because his adjutants feared him, but the man inside it was fraying. He had commanded armies across 3 subsectors and had learned to hate many things in the Emperor's service. He hated waste. He hated priests in command tents. He hated officers who said morale when they meant lies. He hated rebels most of all, because rebels turned logistics into funerals. He hated Imperial knights with a colder, more private discipline. They looked at infantry and saw weather. They looked at tank regiments and saw road markers. They looked at maps and did not see units, casualty tolerances, supply corridors, field hospitals, or the little red annotations that meant men were dying faster than clerks could count them. They saw honor lines, charge vectors, oath objectives, places large enough for their engines to stand. And yet Varro had begged for them, because hate did not crack macro fortresses. Pride did not stop traitor super-heavy armor. Exhausted men with laser guns could die beneath fortress guns for 1,000 years and purchase nothing but mud. The nights could end in an hour what had consumed regiments for months. That was the cruelty of needing monsters. Valdor Lance has made planetfall. his Vox officer said. "I have eyes," Varro replied. On the hololithic field display, the knights advanced as towering gold-edged icons through the clutter of dying Imperial formations. Too fast, too proud, too indifferent to the shattered loyalist lines ahead of them. A rebel armored column emerged from the refinery fog before Varro could issue warning. It came roaring down the western causeway, engines howling, headlights smeared by soot. Lehman Russ hulls stolen from dead loyalists, Chimera transports plated in scrap, civilian ore haulers converted into gun wagons, a Baneblade variant dragged from some depot and daubed with blasphemies, its cannon barking even as it moved. Infantry clung to the hulls, waving icons made from broken aquilus and human ribs. Lascanon beams speared toward Oath of Iron. Severian rotated his ion shield with a thought. The incoming fire struck the invisible barrier in cascading blue-white flares. The shield howled through the throne. Heat bled into Severian's nerves. The ancestors approved. He angled the barrier, felt the impacts crawl across its surface, and walked forward. Enemy armor, Hadrian voxed, too eager. "I see it," Severian said. Oath of Iron fired again. The battle cannon tore the first Russ apart, lifting its turret into the air on a column of flame. The second shell struck a Chimera and burst it open lengthwise, spilling men in burning fragments across the slag. St. Breaker's thermal cannon answered next, and a rebel Super Heavy's frontal plate turned white, then orange, then liquid. The crew inside tried to escape through the top hatches. Hadrian saw them for a heartbeat, black shapes clawing upward from the molten hull. Then the ammunition cooked off, and the tank became a metal flower blooming outward in fire and limbs. Ashwarden's Gatling cannon began to sing. It did not sound like a weapon. It sounded like an industrial process. Rebel infantry vanished in sheets. Bodies came apart from the waist, shoulders, skulls, knees, all reduced to red mist and tumbling scraps of cloth. A mutant gang reached a drainage ditch and tried to crawl under the line of fire. The Crusader adjusted by a fraction and turned the ditch into a trench of twitching meat. Hadrian charged a surviving ore hauler. Little Tyrant's thermal spear punched through its engine block and out the other side, vaporizing the driver into a stain across the cab interior. Hadrian hit the vehicle before it stopped moving, chain cleaver descending. The impact split the hauler open. Men fell out among coils of ammunition belt and stolen ration crates. Little Tyrant stepped through them. His foot came down on a rebel officer trying to raise a plasma pistol. The man disappeared with a wet crack beneath the armiger's tread. Hadrian laughed once, breathless and shocked by the sound. The throne whispered approval. Then the Vox filled with loyal voices screaming, "Valdor command, halt advance. Loyal elements ahead. Throne, halt your advance. We are pinned in trench line Kappa Mordant. Rebel artillery has bracketed us. We cannot withdraw. Repeat, loyal guard elements in your path." Varro heard it too. His hand closed on the edge of the hololithic table. The knights were moving toward a collapsed trench network where remnants of the Mordrathian 5th and Brontian heavy infantry still held under rebel shelling. Hundreds of men, perhaps more. Their trench line lay directly between Oath of Iron's spearhead and the rebel macro bunker beyond. "High King," Varro voxed, cutting across command protocols. "You have loyal troops ahead, marking their position now. Adjust advance path by eastward bearing. Repeat, adjust eastward." Severian received the markers. He saw the loyalist trench. He saw the rebel artillery correcting onto it. He saw the macro bunker behind it, still firing into the landing zone. The ancestors in the throne whispered of momentum, honor, the shame of hesitation, the filth of allowing lesser lives to dictate the stride of a knight. "Advance continues," Severian said. Hadrian's mouth went dry. "My king, the marked trench is loyal. It is also between us and the guns." The knights did not slow. The guardsmen in the trench saw them coming. Some cheered at first, mistaking proximity for rescue. Then the first armiger bounded over the trench lip and brought half the wall down behind it. Men vanished under sliding mud and ferrocrete. Oath of Iron passed through the line at full stride, one vast foot landing among a cluster of wounded guardsmen gathered around a medici tarp. Hadrian saw bodies burst outward in a ring of red. A priest raised an icon and was crushed into the mud before his prayer left his mouth. Rebel artillery struck at the same time. Shells fell short, long, and perfect. The trench line became a boiling steam. Loyal soldiers were flung into the air in pieces. A Brontian standard-bearer slammed against Little Tyrant's shin, leaving a red smear and a torn banner hooked on an armor spur. Hadrian felt the impact as a little tremor through his foot controls. He kept moving. To stop was to die. To stop was to shame the lance. To stop was to let the macro bunker continue firing. These truths aligned with terrible ease. Mercy's grave reached the bunker first. Malrek's engine took 3 direct cannon hits on its ion shield, staggered once, then drove its thunderstrike gauntlet through the bunker's frontal casemate. The gauntlet closed. Ferrocrete, gun barrels, crewmen, ammunition feeds, and command servitors compressed together inside its fist. When Mercy's grave pulled back, the bunker vomited blood, sparks, and powdered stone from the wound. The position fell. The landing zone was secure by any sane definition. It was also full of loyal dead beneath night footprints. Varro's voice came through the vox like a blade drawn slowly from a sheath. "High King Severian, explain." Oath of Iron stood amid smoke, its battle cannon venting heat, its shin plates painted with rebel gore and Imperial blood, indistinguishable beneath the ash. Around it, House Valdor's engines took firing positions. The first district burned. The rebel guns were silent. The surviving guardsmen stared up at the knights with the stunned hatred of men rescued by an avalanche. Severian opened a direct channel to Varro. "General, your men died beneath the Emperor's engines. Teach the survivors gratitude." In the command bunker, no one spoke. Varro stared at the hololith. His officers stared at him. Outside, men were cheering because men often cheered when they were too frightened to understand. They had merely survived one doom to serve another. Somewhere along the trench line, a guardsman was screaming for someone to lift a piece of night-crushed armor plating off his missing legs. No one could lift it. No one even tried for long. Varro released the table edge. His fingers had left pale marks in the grime. "Compliance noted," he said. He cut the channel before his hatred became audible. On the surface, the knights advanced into the first conquered district. Manufactorum stacks loomed ahead, their windows lit by fire. Rebel bodies hung from conveyor bridges. Loyalist bodies hung beside them. Ash fell from the sky in warm grey drifts. Servo skulls released from the drop cathedrals began cataloguing the dead, failed after several minutes, and requested broader categories. Hadrian moved Little Tyrant through a street of broken habs. The armiger's auspex swept the ruins. Heat signatures flickered and died. Civilians hid under collapsed flooring, behind furnace pipes, in ration vaults, anywhere too small for giants to notice. Little Tyrant noticed. It marked them and waited for his decision. Hadrian did not fire. Not yet. Ahead, Oath of Iron halted. Severian turned the paladin's helm toward the horizon, where Hive Carthax rose through the smog like a black crown hammered into the world's skull. The Hive answered. At first it was only a vibration through the ground. Then every vox channel filled with music. Not Imperial hymnody, not Binharic rite. It was noble in structure, built from marching cadence and courtly refrain, but corrupted by deeper notes that crawled under the skin. Brass horns, distorted choir, the rhythmic clank of engines walking in darkness, a war hymn, old and proud and diseased. Omic's voice cut across the household net. For the first time since planetfall, the sacristan sounded afraid. Auspex anomaly, subsurface, multiple engine signatures beneath primary hive strata. Malrek laughed. Traitor armor? No, Omak said. Scale exceeds armor. Pattern distortion severe. Mass returns consistent with night-class walkers. Silence passed through the Valdor lance. Beneath Mordrath's central hive, something vast moved under the city. Then another, then many more. Oath of Iron's ancestors whispered all at once, a chorus of hunger and recognition. Severian smiled inside the dark of his throne. At last, he said, an insult worthy of us. The hymn from Hive Carthax did not end. It changed. At first it had been a corrupted noble march, brass and choir and engine rhythm dragged through static. Then the deeper tones emerged beneath it, notes too low for mortal lungs, too patient for mortal hatred. They crawled across the battlefield through Vox grills, Auspex returns, cracked loudhailers, broken shrine speakers, and the teeth of men who had bitten through their own tongues. Guardsmen clutched at their helmets. Servitors shook until their spinal plugs tore loose. One Mordrathian Vox officer in Varro's forward bunker placed both hands against his head and pressed until his left eye burst against his palm. He kept whispering the same phrase even after the Medici orderlies dragged him away. The old house sings. High King Severian heard it through Oath of Iron's throne as a stain upon honor. The machine hated it. The ancestors hated it. The dead kings in the throne did not speak in fear, never that, but their recognition was sharp enough to cut through Severian's nerves. Old heraldic ciphers rode beneath the corruption, courtly progression, war cadence, a call and answer pattern used by noble houses that had fought together before the Imperium had ever fixed its eagle upon Valdor's banners. House Charnel. The name moved through Severian's mind like a rusted blade drawn from a sealed wound. Impossible, whispered one ancestor. Extinct, hissed another. Buried, said a third, and the word had weight. Across the blasted district, the engines of House Valdor stood amid the burning remains of the first pacified zone. Ash fell over their armor in soft grey veils. The streets around their feet were clogged with dead rebels, dead guardsmen, broken habstone, ruptured fuel lines, and the crushed pulp of men who had been too slow to flee Imperial salvation. The household had halted only because even pride required information before it chose where to kill. Sacristan Preceptor. Omak dealt, pushed his augur rights through the interference. His voice came in broken bursts, half Vox and half Binharic pain. Subsurface returns separating. Engine class confirmed. Multiple signatures. Corruption index severe. Heat blooms inconsistent with standard plasma cores. Life sign contamination inside reactor housings. Organic waste cycling through machine architecture. My lord, these are not merely traitor knights. Malrek's answer came from Mercy's grave, amused and eager. Then name them. Omek hesitated. Demon-bound engines, corpse reactors, throne assemblies carrying biological distress patterns, pilot compartments lined with living tissue, screaming signatures embedded in command noospheres. Baron Cadron's Vox was quiet. Say the name, Sacristan. House Charnel, Omak said, or what remains of it. The hymn swelled. The ground ahead split along the base of a manufacturing boulevard. Slagcrete buckled upward. Furnace pipes snapped and screamed steam into the air. A collapsed worker chapel slid sideways into a sinkhole, carrying with it 100 corpses and 2 squads of loyal infantry, too stunned to run. Then the street tore open in a line of red light, and the first fallen knight rose from beneath Mordrath. It came up through smoke and powdered stone, like a monarch from a grave. Its armor had once been white, perhaps, or bone. Now it was brass, black iron, and the color of dried organs. Flayed hides hung from its shoulder plates in long devotional streamers, each hide marked with sigils burned from within. Its carapace bore tusked gargoyles welded over missile racks. Its chainsword was not a blade so much as a rotating abattoir, teeth clogged with old flesh and wet cables. Its faceplate had been reshaped into a screaming mask, and from the grill behind that mask came the voices of many pilots dying over and over again. A second emerged beside it, smaller and hunched. A war dog, its autocannons twitching like hungry heads. Then another, then more. Predatory shapes moved in the dust, low compared to the towering Questoris engines, but fast, vicious, and eager. Behind them, deeper beneath the hive, something larger moved, but did not yet show itself. The first corrupted knight raised its weapon arm toward Oath of Iron and opened a direct vox channel. There was no static, no rage, no bestial roar. The voice that entered the household command net was cultured, measured, and amused. Severian, you have grown old without learning grace. Every noble of House Valdor heard the intake of the High King's breath. The dead within Oath of Iron stirred violently enough to make warning runes bloom across Severian's sight. Neural heat climbed his spine. His right hand flexed inside the command cradle, and far below him, Oath of Iron's Reaper Chainsward answered with a growling cycle of its teeth. Caradoc, Severian said. The corrupted knight bowed with exquisite court precision, despite standing amid sewage smoke and dead men. Its movement was elegant, grotesque, but elegant. Lord Caradoc Charnel, the voice corrected, by blood, by oath, by grievance, and by the long memory you failed to murder. Severian's lip curled. You were ash. No, we were foundation. The fallen engine's helm tilted. There is a difference, Oath Brother. The words carried through the household like a hidden blade. Oath Brother. Hadrian, listening from within Little Tyrant, felt the Armiger throne react before he understood why the phrase mattered. The ghosts around him recoiled, then pressed closer. Little Tyrant's instincts sharpened. Old suspicion poured through the bond. He tasted metal at the back of his throat. Caradoc's engine stepped fully from the rent in the road. Its designation appeared on the Auspex after several failed attempts to classify its corrupted silhouette. Red Benediction, Knight. Desecrator, fallen noble chassis, warp taint severe, threat absolute. Caradoc spoke again, his courtesy untouched by the horror of the machine around him. You have come to restore obedience, how admirably unchanged. Even now, after all these centuries, House Valdor still mistakes the boot for the law. Severian answered without hesitation, and House Charnel still mistakes grievance for right. Not grievance, old friend, inheritance. At Caradoc's gesture, the hive beyond him answered. The rebel lines opened. Hadrian had seen rebellion from orbit as a disorder of men and guns. From ground level, it revealed itself as a moving anatomy of industrial collapse. Starving hive workers marched in chained blocks, their wrists linked by conveyor cable. Mutant laborers hauled artillery pieces made from crane parts and shrine bells. Renegade tanks crawled forward under hides of scrap plate and flensed skin. Militia commanders shouted through bronze vox horns, while dark mechanicum overseers moved among them on spider limbs, injecting stimulants into those who faltered and harvesting those who fell. Above the rebel masses, manufactorum towers vented black smoke. Some of the stacks had been cut open. Within them, visible through firelit gaps in the metal, men hung in rows from butcher hooks, while red-robed heretics drained them into vats. Others were fed into grinding mills that separated bone, fat, nerve, and grey matter. The rendered slurry ran through transparent pipes toward engine cradles hidden inside the forge depths. Bundles of human spinal cable twitched on conveyor belts. Brains floated in amniotic jars, wired together into chattering logic clusters. Every scream was measured. Every death had a pressure value, a nutrient grade, a use. Omac's voice shook with mechanical fury. Magos Heretic Vox 9. Identification probable. Former forge adjunct. Declared apostate by Martian writ. He has converted the manufactorum districts into engine wombs. Varro broke into the net. Engine wombs? Omac's reply came cold. "He is growing machine spirits from harvested human nervous systems, Lord General. Captured workers are being rendered into wet data and reactor feed. Those walkers are not maintained. They are fed." There was a pause on the guard channel. Then Varro said, "Throne preserve us." "No," Severian replied. "That is our function." Caradoc laughed softly. The war dogs attacked. They did not advance like knights. They hunted. They scattered into the ash fog in packs of 3 and 4, their hunched silhouettes vanishing between refinery stacks, their autocannons spitting bursts of tracer fire. The first volley struck the Valdor screen before Hadrian's nerves fully accepted the movement. Rounds hammered Little Tyrant's left flank, detonating along the ion shield in a storm of blue fire. The impact slammed pain through the throne bond. Hadrian gasped. Little Tyrant snarled inside his thoughts. "Rotate shield," Cadron snapped. "Do not admire the damage, boy." Hadrian obeyed too slowly. A war dog burst from the fog at his right, chain cleaver low, thermal weapon glowing in its chest mount. Hound of Valdor intercepted it, slamming shoulder first into the corrupted walker. The 2 smaller engines staggered through a refinery wall, crushing pipes and workers hiding behind them. Steam exploded upward. The war dog's cleaver bit into Hound's hip. Hound answered with a thermal spear shot that burned through the enemy's shoulder and blew molten armor across the street. Another war dog came for Hadrian. This one had been rebuilt with too many limbs. Its right side carried an autocannon array mounted on a fleshy recoil spine. Its left arm ended in a cleaver lined with teeth that were not metal. Ropes of skin hung from its cockpit cage. The pilot inside was visible for one moment through cracked armor glass. A man fused into red cable, his mouth stretched around a brass rebreather, eyes wide with exquisite suffering. It fired. Little Tyrant's cockpit rang as shells burst against the ion shield. Hadrian rotated shielding forward, then left, then forward again as instinct and panic fought inside him. Warning runes bled red. The war dog lunged through the ash, trying to get inside his guard. Hadrian reversed, stumbled, and crushed a line of abandoned fuel drums beneath his right foot. Flame washed up around Little Tyrant's legs. For a heartbeat, he saw nothing but orange glare and enemy targeting ghosts. The throne whispered, "Forward." "No," Hadrian hissed. "Forward," said the ancestors. The war dog came out of the fire. Hadrian moved. Little Tyrant surged to meet it, chain cleaver rising from low guard into a brutal upward strike. The cleaver hit the war dog beneath the cockpit, teeth screaming as they bit through corrupted plate, cable bundles, ribs of brass, and something that bled black. Hadrian drove the weapon deeper, using his engine's full stride to lift the smaller walker half from the ground. The enemy pilot shrieked across an open Vox channel. The sound was not anger. It was relief, twisted into worship. Hadrian fired the thermal spear. Point blank. The beam punched through the cockpit and filled it with white heat. The pilot inside boiled before he burned. His skin split. His skull cracked from internal pressure. His eyes became steam behind the armor glass. The throne cradle around him melted, flowing through him, joining him to the machine in the final instant before both became slag. Hadrian felt it. The kill ran back through Little Tyrant's weapon systems, through the recoil, through the throne, into his spine. It was not pleasure, it was not revulsion, it was a hot nail driven through the center of his mind, pinning terror, triumph, and disgust together so tightly he could not separate them. His breath came ragged. Little Tyrant purred. "Well struck," whispered the ghosts. Hadrian stared through his cracked display as the war dog slid off his cleaver and collapsed in 2 burning halves. Its reactor coughed once and died. The pilot's remains dripped from the cockpit as blackened paste. He waited for guilt. The throne gave him praise instead. Hesitation is weakness. Mercy is delay. Annihilation is honest. The words did not sound like Severian, though they could have. They did not sound like Malrek, though he would approve. They sounded older. They sounded like every noble who had ever learned to call slaughter duty, because no other word allowed them to sleep. Hadrian straightened Little Tyrant and looked for another target. The War Dog pack broke under counterfire. Gravelark and Bitter Omen tore one apart at range, autocannon shells ripping off its legs and leaving it crawling in circles until Ash Warden's Gatling cannon erased it. St. Breaker burned another down with a thermal blast that left its shadow etched on the street behind it. Mercy's Grave caught a fleeing war dog by the carapace and smashed it into a refinery tower until both machine and tower collapsed in a rain of metal and shredded bodies. Caradoc watched the destruction without visible anger. "Good," he said over the open vox. "The blood remembers how to dance." Then the second phase of the rebel advance began. Millions came forward. They poured from the lower hive gates in chained masses, driven by shock prods, hunger, gunfire, and terror. Hive civilians, labor clans, press-ganged manufacturing workers, furnace gangs, ration debtors, failed militia, and men whose bodies already showed the touch of mutation. They were chained shoulder to shoulder in vast human walls, each block dragged by armored crawlers and flanked by renegade tanks. Some carried icons of false machine gods made from cog teeth and skulls. Some had vox collars riveted through their throats, forcing them to chant in unison. "Blessed be the engine that eats. Blessed be the brass that bleeds. Blessed be charnel returned." Behind them, traitor armor advanced safely, screened by flesh. Varro saw the formation on his tactical display and went very still. "High King," he said, "hold fire." Severian did not answer. "They are being driven. My observers confirm chained civilian blocks. Loyal markers may be among them. Give me time to separate signal from corruption. Artillery can break the flanking armor. Infantry can cut corridors. We need hours." "Denied," Severian said. Varro's composure cracked. "Those are Imperial subjects. They are obstruction. They are Mordrath's labor force. Then Mordrath should have guarded its tools more carefully." The line of chained bodies advanced through the ash. Rebel artillery fired over them. Traitor tanks used them as cover. Men in the front ranks stumbled over the dead from earlier fighting and were dragged forward by those chained behind them. Some screamed prayers to the Emperor. Others chanted because their collars forced the sound from them. The voices blended until faith and blasphemy became indistinguishable. Cadron opened a private channel to Severian. Hadrian heard only because Little Tyrant still carried battle-damaged routing from the War Dog engagement. "My king, Varro is not wrong. If we destroy the labor mass, we reduce the value of the world we came to reclaim." Malrek cut in, voice thick with contempt. "If we hesitate before chained peasants, House Charnel learns our measure." Cadron replied, "And if we kill everything in our path, what difference remains between their cruelty and ours?" The silence that followed was worse than rebuke. Hadrian felt the question enter the household net and become poison. Doubt was not merely thought inside a knight. Doubt was current, infection, a tremor in the throne bond. Ancestors stirred uneasily. Machine spirits disliked contradiction unless it ended in violence. Severian spoke at last. "The difference, Baron, is that we are right." Oath of Iron raised its battle cannon. The Valdor line opened fire. The first shells struck the human wall and carved tunnels through it. Bodies vanished in corridors of force. Men became mist, fragments, tumbling limbs, scraps of chain whipping through the air still attached to wrists. The shockwave knocked thousands flat, and the crawlers behind them pushed onward, grinding the fallen beneath their treads. Ash Warden's Avenger Gatling cannon traversed slowly across the chained blocks. It did not kill men individually. It erased density. A crowd became a red weather system. Thermal fire from St. Breaker flashed across a packed avenue and left only black silhouettes fused to slagcrete, arms still raised, mouths still open. Hadrian fired because the order had been given. Little Tyrant's thermal spear punched through a crawler engine and detonated its fuel core. The blast consumed the chained ranks around it. Men became brief candles. Their shadows leapt across the smoke and disappeared. He stepped through the remains seconds later. Bones cracked beneath his feet. Melted chain links stuck to his greaves. A severed hand slapped against his cockpit glass, carried upward by the heat wash, then slid away, leaving a black streak. The rebel armor behind the human shield finally stood exposed. Then the knights truly began their work. Oath of Iron shattered tanks with measured fire. St. Breaker burned bunkers into glowing pits. Mercy's Grave charged into a column of renegade armor and tore vehicles apart by hand, throwing one chimera into another hard enough to flatten both. The armigers hunted anything trying to flee. Hadrian killed a tank whose crew had reversed into a trench full of surviving civilians, crushing them to escape him. He killed it anyway. There was no satisfaction in that one, only continuation. Varro watched the massacre and said nothing. His officers did not look at him. They watched the display, or their boots, or the Emperor icons nailed to the bunker wall. Outside, the Imperial line advanced behind the knights over a carpet of bodies that had belonged to the world they were allegedly saving. Baron Cadron moved his knight through the smoke beside Oath of Iron. "You will call this order," he said privately. Severian did not look toward him. "I will call it obedience restored. You believe that is the same thing. I believe belief is irrelevant. The guns are silent. The road is open. The tithe will resume." Cadron's engine hesitated for less than a heartbeat. To a mortal, it would have been nothing. To a knight, it was a confession. "Careful, Baron," Severian said. "A throne hears the tremor before the pilot names it." "I know. Then kill something before your ancestors begin to wonder why you are thinking." Cadron's knight turned its guns upon a rebel tower and fired until the structure collapsed into the boulevard, burying whatever doubts had briefly stood there. The first district of Mordrath fell by sunset, though the sun itself was only a red smear behind ash clouds. The rebel line withdrew toward Hive Carthax. The dead remained. The living followed orders, because the knights were still moving, and no one wished to be mistaken for obstruction. Then Caradoc returned to the Vox. His signal overrode guard command channels, sacristan wards, noble encryption, and battlefield cant. It came through clean as court speech, rich with ceremony, threaded with the same corrupted hymn that had awakened the buried engines. "House Valdor," he said, "your stride remains magnificent. Your memory, however, remains selective." Omak barked Binharic warnings as data spilled across the Lancenet. Codes, old codes, private dynastic sequences, bloodline affirmations, ancestral challenge marks. Valdor caught ciphers never shared with outsiders, dead heraldry from sealed archives. Hadrian saw them flood his display and felt little Tyrant recoil in recognition. Severian's voice was iron. "Silence him." Omak tried, failed. Caradoc continued, almost gently. "Shall I speak the oaths buried under your chapel stones? Shall I recite the names your grandfathers scraped from the walls? Shall I tell your young scions why House Charnel knows the locks to your thrones?" Across the battlefield, red benediction appeared at the edge of the smoke, distant but unmistakable. The fallen desecrator stood before the black gates of Hive Carthax, banners of flayed skin moving in the hot wind. Caradoc raised one clawed weapon arm in salute. "Come closer, Severian. Bring the boy, bring the doubter, bring all your noble butchers. The past is awake beneath Mordrath, and it remembers your blood." The signal ended. In the silence that followed, the dead inside the throne's mechanicum whispered like knives in the dark. By the third day of House Valdor's descent, Mordrath Secundus had ceased to be a war for territory. It became a war for memory. The common soldier did not understand this at first. The guardsmen of Lord General Varro's remaining army still thought in trenches, ammunition tallies, water rations, casualty returns, and the blessed miracle of surviving until the next change of watch. They marked victories by bunkers taken, artillery silenced, hab blocks cleared, and the number of men still able to stand in line when the roll was called. To them, the war remained a matter of breath and blood. They fought because the man beside them fought, because the commissar watched, because the emperor demanded endurance, and because the rebels would skin them if they faltered. The knights fought for older reasons. House Valdor did not merely advance upon Hive Carthax. It insulted its way toward the Hive in iron stride and cannon fire. Its engines shattered the enemy's heraldic towers before they destroyed the guns mounted upon them. Its nobles ordered oath shrines demolished, even when safer routes lay open. When corrupted banners of House Charnel were sighted hanging from manufactorum gantries, entire districts were halted beneath artillery fire until those banners were shot down, trampled, burned, and their ashes sealed in reliquary jars as proof of grievance answered. House Charnel replied in kind. The fallen knights did not waste every shell on guard armor or imperial bastions. They sought Valdor markers. They fired upon the household's landing icons, shattered its forward shrine beacons, toppled statues raised hastily by serfs to mark the paths of noble engines. A war dog pack ambushed a convoy not to seize fuel, but to tear down the tilting shield of the dead armiger hound of Valdor and drag it by chain through the ash before leaving it nailed upside down to a refinery stack. Lord General Varro looked upon such acts and saw madness. High King Severian Valdor looked upon them and saw language. Every knight house spoke through armor. The lords of lesser armies wrote history in parchment rolls, campaign ledgers, and triumphal lies carved into marble. Knights wrote upon adamantium. Their colors were declarations. Their tilting plates were lineage made visible. Their kill markings were court testimony. A scratch taken in an honor duel remained unpolished if the wound carried meaning. A plate replaced after disgrace was sometimes left unpainted for a generation. Banners hung from carapace spines, not merely to flutter above the field, but to remind the pilot within the throne which dead watched his hands. House Valdor remembered everything worth hating. Oath of Iron's left greave bore the white bite mark of an orc warboss's power claw, preserved beneath transparent lacquer. St. Breaker's shoulder plate still showed the black halo of a melter strike, taken while killing an apostate governor inside his own palace courtyard. Mercy's grave carried a chain of bronze rings around its cannonless wrist, each ring marking a fortress gate broken by the thunderstrike gauntlet. Ash Warden's armor was crowded with lines of red script, naming infantry formations it had erased in loyal service. The letters so small, a mortal had to stand near enough to be crushed to read them. Every duel was recorded. Every banner taken was recited in chapel. Every insult waited, sometimes for centuries, until answered in blood. So when Caradoc Charnel's dead heraldry appeared across the outer districts of Hive Carthax, Severian did not order an advance upon the most efficient military route. He ordered a procession of correction. The Edict of Black Tithing was declared from Oath of Iron's vox horns at dawn, beneath a sky the color of burned fat. Every district liberated by House Valdor was to provide fuel, ammunition, laborers, and hostages within 1 hour of occupation. Promethium stores were to be surrendered without concealment. Shell lifts were to be made operational under guard. Manufacturum workers were to present themselves in work cohorts or be classified as obstructive flesh. Noble, overseer, guild factor, shiftmaster, shrine keeper, and water ration official were to offer hostages from their own bloodlines or administrative bodies as guarantee of compliance. Failure would not result in review. Failure would not result in appeal. Failure would be answered by night footfall. The proclamation rolled through the captured Vox network and echoed across districts still choked with rubble and bodies. Servo skulls repeated it in High Gothic, Low Gothic, and Binharic cant. Priests called it justice. Munitorum clerks called it necessity. Guardsmen listening in their trenches called it something else. The Emperor's boot. The phrase began in the eastern trenchworks, muttered by a wounded tanker whose Lehman Russ had been ground beneath Mercy's grave during a night repositioning. He said it through broken teeth while watching serfs scrape loyalist remains from the knight's ankle pistons. By midday, infantrymen were whispering it over corpse-starch tins. By dusk, a mortar crew painted a crude boot print over a chalk aquila on a shell casing before firing it into rebel lines. The commissars heard. 3 men were shot before the next watch change. 2 died kneeling. 1 died laughing, which angered the commissar enough to empty the rest of his bolt pistol into the corpse. The executions did not stop the phrase. They gave it weight. Tank crews used it over private vox bursts. Medici orderlies said it while cutting men out of collapsed trench plates. Artillerymen scratched it under gun shields. Even some officers thought it while saluting the passing engines. The Emperor's boot. Not protection, not salvation. Weight. The first district to test the edict was Gethsemane Stack, a vertical worker principality built around an ammunition press complex and crowned by a governor's palace of smoke-stained glasscrete. Its district governor came to the surrender plaza under a white banner stiff with soot. He wore a loyal aquila at his throat. His robes were threadbare, but clean. The men around him looked hollow-eyed and terrified, not defiant. Oath of Iron stood before the plaza, towering over the shattered statuary and the ranks of guard infantry assigned to witness compliance. Mercy's grave waited at Severian's right. The Knight Gallant's thunderstrike gauntlet opened and closed with soft hydraulic hunger. Around the plaza, thousands of workers knelt under lasgun aim. Children of the manufactorum, old men, press gangs, water carriers, soot priests, furnace haulers, all of them silent, all of them thin. The governor raised his hands. High King Severian, by the throne of terror, we remained loyal. We sent what fuel we could. The rebels took the west stores. The heretics poisoned the lifts. Our laborers are starving. Give us 1 day, and we will gather the tithe you demand. Severian's voice emerged from Oath of Iron's loudspeakers, deep enough to tremble dust from broken windows. You were given 1 hour. We have nothing left. You have bodies. The governor stared up at the paladin. For a moment, the man seemed to think there had been misunderstanding, as if some hidden courtly mercy might appear, if only he found the correct form of address. My lord, these are the Emperor's subjects. They are the Emperor's property. So is the fuel. So is the ammunition. So is this district. You have failed to distinguish between possession and stewardship. The governor sank to his knees, not in reverence. His legs simply surrendered. We are loyal, he said. Severian opened a private channel. Malrec. Mercy's grave moved. The plaza screamed. The Knight Gallant strode past the kneeling workers and crossed the distance to the governor's palace in a dozen earth-shaking steps. Its ion shield shimmered as hidden rebel or panic-fired weapons cracked from windows and rooftops. Las beams died against the field. Stubber rounds sparked from its greaves. The machine did not slow. Malrec drove the thunderstrike gauntlet into the palace facade. Glasscrete and marble exploded inward. The first blow crushed the governor's council chamber. The second tore out 3 floors and scattered bodies in a rain of robes, limbs, and splintered furniture. The third brought the palace down. Mercy's grave stood over the ruin and stamped once, twice, again, grinding the ruling council, their scribes, their household guard, their petitioners, their hidden families, and the governor's last hope into a red paste beneath powdered stone. The workers watched. The guard watched. Severian waited until the dust settled before speaking. Gethsemane Stack is compliant. Record the demonstration as feudal justice. Hadrian heard the order from Little Tyrant and tried to feel pride. The throne within his armiger offered it to him readily. Pride was easy. Pride was clean. It fitted around the mind like armor. All he had to do was accept that the dead had been necessary because the living had needed instruction. His eyes moved across the kneeling workers. They were not rebels, not all of them, perhaps not most of them, but they were now obedient. Little Tyrant whispered that obedience was the only mercy history remembered. The advance continued toward the glass trench. It had been named by guardsmen because every bombardment fused the upper mud into shining black sheets, and because men who died there were often sealed beneath transparent slag, with their faces visible, mouths open, eyes cooked to white pearls. The trench line stretched across 30 kilometers of broken refinery plain, a jagged wound between House Valdor and the next ring of Hive Carthax's outer defenses. The rebels had fortified it with the patience of men who expected to die but wished to be expensive. Lascanon nests crouched in layered bunkers. Minefields lay beneath ash drifts. Macro drills waited below the surface, their auger heads ready to erupt beneath night feet and chew into ankle joints. Suicide servitors shambled through communication trenches, their bellies packed with melter charges, their lobotomized mouths wired open in permanent hymns to false machine gods. Anti-armor teams hid beneath sheets of cooled glass, breathing through tube filters, waiting for the moment a noble engine turned its shield the wrong way. Varro advised artillery preparation for 6 hours. Severian gave him less than 1. "Every hour permits House Charnel to paint another lie upon our road," the High King said. Varro's reply carried the strain of a man chewing iron. "With respect, High King, artillery exists, so infantry do not have to drown in their own blood for your road. Your infantry may follow when the road exists." The knights entered the glass trench beneath a sky split by artillery fire. Judgment Absolute remained far behind upon a ridge of slagcrete, Volcano Lance tracking distant bastions. Ash Warden took position near the center and began feeding the trench system into its guns. The Avenger Gatling cannon spun, screamed, and turned parapets into storms of glass, flesh, and sandbags. Men hiding behind reinforced plating were cut apart anyway, the shells punching through cover, bodies, ammunition crates, and devotional idols with impartial fury. Oath of Iron led the central stride. St. Breaker stalked to its left, thermal cannon glowing. Mercy's Grave stayed half a pace behind, waiting for the first breach worthy of its gauntlet. The armigers ran ahead and outward, low and fast, hunting the hidden killers. Hadrian tasted the battlefield through Little Tyrant. Heat, metal, fear, target returns, ion interference, mind ghosts. The armiger wanted speed. It wanted to chase the flickering shapes of anti-armor teams through smoke and pulverize them before they could kneel and fire. Hadrian fed it restraint, because Cadron had told him a living hunter killed more than an eager corpse. The first macro drill erupted beneath Red Pilgrim. The ground opened in a spray of black glass and teeth. A rotating drill head the size of a hab chamber punched upward and bit into the armiger's right leg. The scream that followed came from metal and pilot together. Red Pilgrim stumbled, ion shield facing forward toward the Lascanon nests, useless against the threat beneath. Hadrian saw his cousin Jarek's identifier, flare amber, then red. "Shield down," Jarek voxed. Leg breach, thrown, it has my leg." Red Pilgrim fired its thermal spear downward, melting half the drill housing, but the damage was done. Armor tore, pistons ruptured. The armiger toppled into the trench line, crushing a bunker as it fell. Rebel infantry swarmed from foxholes and communication cuts, climbing over the wounded engine like corpse lice. Hadrian turned Little Tyrant toward him. "No," Severian said. "My king, Red Pilgrim is breached. The advance continues. He is alive. He is obstructed." Hadrian saw Jarek through a fractured pict feed. His cousin was trapped in the cockpit cradle, helm torn away, blood running from his nose where the thrown feedback had punished his nerves. Outside, rebels clambered over the armiger's hull with cutting torches and melter charges. One was sliced apart by Red Pilgrim's twitching chain cleaver. Another reached the knee joint and vanished in a blossom of steam when the damaged engine vented pressure. More came, always more. "Hadrian," Jarek said over the kin channel, voice shaking with static. "Cousin, by the oath, do not let them open the throne." Little Tyrant surged forward of its own desire. Hadrian forced it back with a gasp that felt like tearing muscle from bone. Cadron's voice entered his helm, low and hard. "Hold formation. They are cutting him out. I see it. Then help him. I am helping the house." Lascanon fire struck Oath of Iron from the left. Severian rotated his ion shield in perfect time, taking the beams across the field in flares bright enough to blind Auspec's ghosts. A missile barrage came from the right. He shifted shield facing before the last burst had faded, catching the heavier impacts along the barrier's edge. A lesser pilot would have died in that crossing fire. Severian turned it aside, as if conducting court musicians. "Coordinates marked," the High King said. Varro's artillery officers received the rune. Hadrian understood before the shells fell. "No," he whispered. The first Imperial barrage landed on Red Pilgrim's position. Basilisk shells and heavy mortar fire walked across the trench, smashing rebel infantry, cutting torches, melter carriers, loyal wreckage, and the fallen armiger beneath eruptions of mud and glass. Jarek screamed once, not a word, but a raw burst of pain over the kin channel. Then the identifier rune vanished. Red Pilgrim's reactor died. The advance did not stop. Hadrian moved because formation demanded movement. Little Tyrant stepped through the edge of the bombardment crater, over a piece of Red Pilgrim's heraldic plate, still painted with the Valdor gauntlet. Something inside the crater burned with a greasy blue flame. There was not enough left of Jarek to retrieve. Perhaps the throne had kept part of him. Perhaps that was worse. The battle dragged onward through the trench system. Hadrian killed without counting. He burned Lascanon pits. He ran down fleeing infantry. He cleaved a suicide servitor in half before its melter charge could arm, then lost half his left pauldron when a second servitor detonated beneath his flank. Ashwarden's guns never ceased. Mercy's grave broke the central bunker by wading into point-blank fire and punching downward until the earth swallowed the fortification. St. Breaker reduced a minefield to boiling glass with thermal sweeps, uncaring that loyal pioneers were still marking routes within it. By dusk, the glass trench belonged to the Imperium. It did not resemble victory. It resembled a butcher's floor after the butcher had gone mad. The trenches were filled with churned men, shattered weapons, broken armor, and pools of cooling glass in which faces floated just below the surface. Guard infantry moved in after the knights, stepping where giants had stepped, bayoneting anything that groaned in the wrong uniform or the wrong language. Commissars restored discipline by shooting looters and then quietly allowing corpse stripping when ammunition ran low. House Valdor gathered beside a ruined signal tower to record the day's honor. Red Pilgrim's death was spoken by Malrek in formal cant. Lord Scion Jarek Valdor, accepted pilot of Red Pilgrim, met obstruction without retreat, denied the enemy capture of noble throne, and was returned to the Emperor's account by sanctioned fire. His obedience preserved momentum. His sacrifice honors the house. The court channel answered as tradition required. Remembered in iron. Hadrian said the words with the others. Remembered in iron. His hands shook inside the command cradle. Little Tyrant pressed against his mind, not comforting him. Never that. Comfort was for soft beds and weaker bloodlines. The throne offered interpretation. Abandoned blood was still useful blood. A dead cousin could become momentum. A ruined armiger could become testimony. A scream could be filed as obedience if the scribes chose the right ink. Hadrian looked across the battlefield toward Oath of Iron. Severian's paladin stood unbowed, its shield scorched, its armor scarred, its banners still intact. The High King had killed the trench. He had not saved Jarek. Both facts occupied the same throne room in Hadrian's mind, and he did not know which one the ancestors would call truth. Omak Delt's voice cut through the after-action rites. "My lords, Auspec's anomaly beneath the forged temple." The battlefield quieted in degrees. Even the guard channels seemed to thin around the sacristan's words. Severian turned Oath of Iron toward Hive Carthax. "Another charnel engine?" "Negative. Mass return exceeds Questoris pattern, exceeds Dominus by significant margin, shape irregular, motion intermittent, signal masked by reactor hymn and scrap code." Varro entered the channel. "A Titan?" Omak did not answer at once. Far ahead, beyond the glass trench, beyond the broken districts and the smoke-veiled gates of the Hive, something moved beneath Mordrath's forged temple. The Auspex showed only a shadow, vast and wrong, crawling under layers of iron, stone, and sacrificial heat. Its outline broke apart whenever the machine spirits tried to name it. For one heartbeat, it resembled the stride pattern of a god engine. For another, the hunched prowl of a knight. Then it became many returns fused into one, reactor signatures braided together like organs in a single monstrous chest. "Not a Titan," Omak said at last. His voice had become very soft. "Not any blessed pattern known to Mars." The shadow shifted again beneath the earth. Stolen Titan bones, night reactors. Something else threaded between them, alive with warp heat and human screaming. In Oath of Iron's throne, the dead kings of Valdor stopped whispering. For the first time since planetfall, they listened. The mobile forge shrine crawled beneath the battlefield like a wounded cathedral that had learned to move. It advanced on 6 pairs of tracked haulers, each one larger than an Imperial hab block, their engines growling hymns of smoke into Mordrath's poisoned dusk. Armor plates hung from its flanks in overlapping slabs, each slab etched with cog-toothed scripture and the black gauntlet of House Valdor. Lumen towers rose from its back, repair cranes swung from its spine, incense stacks coughed oily vapor into the ash-laden air. Beneath its moving walls, entire processions of serfs, servitors, engine thralls, oath scribes, fuel bearers, corpse haulers, ammo lifters, weld priests, and neural chirurgeons labored without rest. The knights made war above. The forged shrine made them able to continue. That was the truth few nobles enjoyed hearing. The towering engines of House Valdor did not stride on honor alone. They consumed. They consumed promethium by the ocean, plasma cells by the shrine vault, lubricants by the vat, ammunition by the trainload, replacement armor by the acre, and human labor by the generation. Every noble gesture upon the battlefield required 1,000 bent backs beneath it. Every duel of honor demanded a supply column. Every glorious charge left behind broken teeth in chain blades, ruptured fiber bundles, contaminated coolant, screaming throne sockets, and pilots who had to be cut from their own machines before their hearts gave out. Sacristan Preceptor. Omak Delt ruled that underworld of labor with a voice of brass and static. He stood upon a gantry overlooking the central repair nave, robes stiff with oil, augmetic limbs unfolding and refolding around him like the legs of a crimson spider. Beneath him, little tyrant hung in a cradle of chains, its armor plates opened, its left pauldron removed, its damaged flank bleeding black lubricant into copper catch basins. Hadrian remained inside the cockpit because the armiger throne refused to release him cleanly. Communion hooks still threaded his spine. His hands twitched against controls that were no longer fully active. Every time a sacristan touched the exposed neural cabling, Hadrian's jaw clenched and blood welled fresh at the corner of his mouth. Pain response acceptable, Omak said. Pilot integrity degraded but serviceable. Continue extraction of shrapnel from actuator bundles. Preserve the throne interface. The pilot is less sacred than the socket. Hadrian heard him through a haze of fever and machine static. I am still conscious, Sacristan. Consciousness noted, Lord Scion. Relevance limited. A lesser man might have taken offense. Hadrian almost did. Then little tyrant shifted inside his thoughts, impatient, insulted not by Omac's words, but by the delay in returning to war. The armiger did not care that Hadrian's nerves burned. It cared that enemies still walked. Across the repair nave, worse things hung from the cranes. The broken remains of Red Pilgrim had been recovered after the glass trench was secured. Not the full engine. Too much had been lost to artillery and rebel salvage fire. What remained had been dragged back by 6 Atlas recovery tanks and a line of sweating serfs who died under strain and were replaced without ceremony. The armiger's cockpit shrine was split open like a skull. Lord Sion Jarek's body had been removed in pieces, but parts of him remained fused to the throne sockets. A neural chirurgeon worked with silver hooks and bone saws to peel noble flesh from sacred machinery. Jarek's mouth had survived. That was the worst of it. The lower half of his face, jaw and tongue and torn throat cabling had fused with a vox membrane during the engine's final spasms. It spoke at intervals, though no lung remained to drive the words. "Advance continues," it whispered in Red Pilgrim's machine voice. Then, softer. "Cousin, do not let them open the throne." The chirurgeon paused each time it spoke, waiting for command. Omac gave none. The work continued. Hooks slid under cooked skin. Tiny saws whined. What had been a noble heir of House Valdor came away from the socket in red strips and blackened threads. A scribe nearby recorded the process in formal ink. Lord Sion Jarek, obedient in death. Throne salvage viable. Flesh authority terminated. Machine authority pending review. In another cradle, a Questoris pilot from a minor Oath branch still lived after being extracted from a damaged command throne. He sat upright in a restraint frame, ribs open, face hidden beneath a veil of surgical parchment. His eyes had been replaced by plugs connected to the engine he no longer occupied. He spoke continuously in a voice too deep for his ruined chest. "My shield faces left. My shield faces left. Bring the cannon to bear. Rotate, rotate, rotate. I am still standing." Omac stopped before him. "Pilot designation?" The chirurgeon attending the man bowed. "Lord Acast Morvain, formerly bonded to the knight-errant dread of noon, flesh-body alive, cognitive sovereignty uncertain." The pilot's head turned toward Omac with a wet clicking of vertebrae. "I am dread of noon," he said. "No," Omac replied. "You are meat remembering command." The pilot smiled beneath the parchment veil. Blood seeped through it where his lips tore. "Then give me legs, Red Priest." Omac considered him for 3 breaths. "Place him in suspension. Machine authority remains with chassis until further right. Flesh authority revoked until sanity returns, or death simplifies the matter." The chirurgeon bowed. "As commanded." Hadrian watched through Little Tyrant's half-open pict feed and understood something he had not understood in the castle crypts. The throne did not elevate a man. It consumed him slowly, politely, with sacred words and ancestral approval. A knight pilot did not command a god engine. He was digested by it across years of glory until no one could say where noble ended and machine began. Beyond the repair nave, ammunition trains arrived without pause. Macro shell carriers rolled through the forge shrine's lower gates, each shell chained in place and attended by 2 chanting loaders. Plasma cells came in shielded coffers, escorted by Skitari with rad cloaks and galvanic rifles. Promethium tanks sloshed behind armored haulers, enough fuel in each convoy to burn a city district to vapor. Replacement armor plates hung from crane lines like slabs from a butcher's hook. Human servitors shuffled in rows, their backs fitted with lifting harnesses, their eyes replaced by dull lenses, their mouths sealed so they would not waste breath complaining. Omac read the tallies with increasing irritation. 1 sortie by Judgment Absolute had consumed enough reactor coolant, plasma containment prayers, and escorted munitions to sustain 3 guard artillery brigades for a week. Mercy's grave required a full chain-blade tooth replacement along one side of its Reaper weapon, each tooth the size of a man and blessed by 12 separate rites. Ash Warden's Gatling feed system had overheated and eaten its own ammunition belt, killing 8 loaders and invalidating an entire hymn sequence. Oath of Iron's ion shield emitters required recalibration after the glass trench, and the Paladin's battle cannon had developed a recoil spirit stutter that made junior sacristans cross themselves in both Martian and Imperial fashion. War was arithmetic, dressed in banners. The knights hated that truth. The Mechanicus treasured it. The guard drowned in it. Omak descended from the gantry when Little Tyrant's neural manifold was exposed. The armiger's socket nest lay open beneath the cockpit cradle, wet with sacred oil and Hadrian's blood. Fine cables trembled in the air, each one ending in a silver contact spine. Omak extended a diagnostic mechadendrite and inserted it into the manifold with the delicacy of a torturer who loved his work. The response should have been a clean machine cant. Instead, something whispered back. Omak froze. The sound entered his private noosphere as a flayed scrap of courtly music. Charnel cadence. Not the full hymn from Hive Carthax, but a seed of it, hidden beneath standard damage reports and disguised as ancestral echo. It curled through Little Tyrant's socket memory like a maggot under silk. Omak isolated the strand. Scrap code, not crude battlefield corruption, not the bludgeoning howl of a heretic broadcast. This was patient, intimate, woven through the neural damage caused by Hadrian's first war dog kill. A dead enemy's final data spasm had entered the armiger at the moment of thermal execution and lodged in the throne's ghost memory. More than that, it had not remained alone. Other fragments answered it from deeper within the Valdor network. House charnel data ghosts, fed into loyal thrones one wound at a time. Omak withdrew the mechadendrite and sealed the diagnostic loop behind walls of Binharic warding. Hadrian gasped as the socket released pressure. What did you find? Contamination. In Little Tyrant? In more than Little Tyrant. The words passed through the repair nave faster than any formal alarm. Sacristans turned. Tech adepts exchanged bursts of encrypted cant. Oath scribes looked up from their ledgers. Nearby, Baron Cadron stood beside his own engine, watching armor crews replace a damaged tilting plate. He saw the change in Omak's posture and approached without waiting for invitation. Speak plainly, Sacristan. Omak's lenses focused on him. Plain speech is the first casualty of theological complexity, my lord. Cadron's expression hardened, then resurrected. House Charnel has seeded corruptive ancestral code into damaged throne interfaces. The vectors may include battlefield vox, enemy death feedback, captured heraldic ciphers, or compromised maintenance rights. Their ghosts are speaking to our ghosts. Hadrian felt Little Tyrant recoil inside him. Cadron looked toward the red-robed priests moving through the forged shrine. How could that enter a sealed throne unless your order permitted it? The air changed. Mechanicus adepts nearby became very still. Servo skulls hovered lower, as if anticipating blood. The nobles of Quaestor Imperialis houses had always distrusted the priesthood of Mars. They needed them, honored them in ritual, and resented them in private. The sacristans touched the machines no noble could repair. They knew the secrets of plasma heart, actuator muscle, and throne nerve. They spoke to the iron in a language older than courtly oath. That dependence tasted like humiliation to men bred for command. Omak's voice lowered into a metallic rasp. Caution, Baron. House Valdor sits inside holy machines it did not forge. Your ancestors learned to wear divinity and called the garment blood right. Do not accuse the hands that keep your gods walking. Cadron stepped closer. And do not forget whose banners your red hands serve under. We serve the Omnissiah. You serve this campaign. We serve the machine, Flesh arrangements are temporary. Hadrian expected Cadron to strike him. The Baron did not. That restraint frightened him more than anger. Severian arrived by Vox, his signal patched from Oath of Iron's command cradle as the Paladin underwent shield recalibration in an upper bay. Omak, report. The sacristan did so with precision. He described the scrap code, the charnel pattern, the possible shared architecture between Valdor and enemy throne systems, the danger of ancestral contamination. He did not soften his conclusion. The fallen house knows our machines too well, High King. Their code does not attack as foreign intrusion. It enters as inheritance. The Vox remained silent for several heartbeats. Then another signal bled into the channel. Not Severian. Caradoc. My compliments, Preceptor. You cut near the bone. Every lumen in the repair nave dimmed. The corrupted transmission did not scream this time. It slid through the forge shrine's wards with aristocratic ease, dressed in formal encryption and edged with the old charnel hymn. Several junior adepts collapsed as their augmetics spasmed. One servo skull spun in place and began reciting extinct heraldic titles until Omak's shoulder-mounted las cutter burned it from the air. Caradoc continued, as if addressing a court banquet. You repair their engines, Priest of Mars, yet they will never trust your hands. You preserve their thrones, yet they sneer at the forge that keeps their bloodline from becoming ash. Tell me, Omak Delt, have you asked why our codes fit their sockets? Have you asked why their ghosts answer ours? Omak began a counter-rite. Unclean signal, reject, sever, burn. Caradoc laughed softly. There was a time before Voldor called itself ancient, before Severian's line wore stolen crowns. During the long night, our houses stood together. Charnel held the deeper vaults. Charnel preserved the first reactors. Charnel bled to keep the engines awake, while the famine years ate the serf kingdoms raw. Hadrian saw Cadron's face tighten. Severian's voice entered like an axe. Enough. But Caradoc spoke over him. Then came the betrayal. Valdor sealed the lower colonies beneath the mountain. Valdor collapsed the passage shrines. Valdor took the engines it could steal and named survival honor. Our ancestors screamed in the dark, while yours painted new heraldry over old oaths. The Forger Shrine shook as artillery landed somewhere above. Caradoc's voice softened. Join truth, priest. Open the records. Let the young ones see what their fathers buried. House Charnel does not offer corruption. We offer restoration. Omak's counter-rite struck home. The signal snapped, vanished, then returned for one final whisper. Ask Severian why buried things still know his name. The channel died. For a moment, only the sounds of repair remained. Welding torches, chain hoists, distant shelling, the wet murmur of ruined pilots. Hadrian realized his mouth was full of blood again. He had bitten his tongue without feeling it. Severian spoke into the silence. All records touched by that transmission are to be purged. Omak turned his head slightly. High King, preservation of data may clarify enemy method. Burn them. The possibility of shared lineage, however contaminated by enemy rhetoric, has tactical importance. It has treasonous importance. Cadron said nothing. That was answer enough. Severian's vox hardened. Oath scribes exposed to the signal will submit to mind scouring. Junior adepts will have short memory loops excised. Any serf within auditory range will be rendered down, or reassigned as a servitor. The past exists to strengthen the throne. If it weakens the throne, it is not the past. It is enemy action. Omak's mechadendrites stilled. As commanded. Hadrian looked at Cadron. Cadron did not look back. The purge began before nightfall. Scribes were taken from their desks by black-armored household guards. Some protested that they had written nothing. Some held up ink-stained hands as if loyalty could be displayed by fingers. They were dragged away all the same. A memory chirurgeon established a temporary theater behind the ammunition shrine. Men entered speaking. Some left drooling and blind. Others did not leave at all. Servitors hosed the floor between procedures. A young oath clerk tried to run and was caught beneath a loader's restraint claw. His skull cracked against the iron wall when the machine lifted him too quickly. The records burned in copper bowls, parchment curled, data wafers melted, wax seals blackened and split. Omak watched the destruction with the expressionless patience of a man filing injuries for later use. Night settled upon the Forge Shrine, though Mordrath's nights were never dark. The horizon burned with manufactorum fires. The sky pulsed with orbital detonations. Ash fell warm and constant. Within the repair nave, knights hung half awake in their gantries, armor open, limbs restrained, cockpits exposed like rib cages. That was when the attackers came. They came through the drainage culverts beneath the Forge Shrine and through the corpse processing ducts where dead serfs were fed toward reclamation grinders. Traitor Skitari moved first, silent on brass legs, their red robes stiff with dried blood, galvanic weapons modified with bone coils and scrap code transmitters. Behind them shambled flesh-welded servitors, 4 and 5 bodies fused around industrial cutting rigs, their heads nailed together beneath shared control halos. Their bellies glowed with melter charges. Their mouths chanted Caradoc's hymn in voices stitched from pain. The first warning was not an alarm. It was a sacristan cut in half by a cordclaw saw. The repair nave erupted. Las fire snapped between hanging armor plates. Servitors burned. Loaders ran without orders and crushed men against munitions pallets. A traitor Skitarius climbed a crane cable and fired into the exposed knee joint of Ash Warden, trying to cripple the Crusader before its pilot could interface. Omak killed him with a shoulder-mounted Volkite beam that turned the heretic's torso into steaming bone dust inside his robes. Awaken defensive spirits, Omak voxed. Release partial restraints. No full stride. Repeat, no full stride within shrine. The knights woke badly. Mercy's grave, suspended from 3 gantries while its chain-blade teeth were being replaced, spasmed its weapon arm and tore an entire maintenance platform from the wall. Men fell screaming into the darkness below. Ash Warden's Gatling cannon rotated without feed blessing and vomited 3 uncontrolled bursts through the nave, shredding traitor Skitarii, loyal loaders, and a row of Prometheum drums that erupted in holy fire. Oath of Iron remained locked above, half of its shield emitters open, its machine spirit roaring through the local vox in wordless anger. Little Tyrant hung with its cockpit still open. Hadrian was supposed to be disconnected until the sacristans completed socket cleansing. Neural safeguards lay unsealed. Pain dampeners were not active. His command collar had been loosened to prevent seizure. A proper pilot would have waited for ritual completion. A living pilot would have died waiting. The first flesh-welded servitor pack reached Little Tyrant's left leg and began cutting. Hadrian grabbed the neural leads himself. Omak saw him from across the nave. Lord Scion, do not interface. Write incomplete. Bonding without dampening will cause neurological rupture. Hadrian jammed the first hook into the socket at the base of his skull. White agony took him. There was no gradual communion, no throne acceptance, no ancestral procession. Little Tyrant entered him like a gate smashing open. The ghosts flooded his mind in a single judgmental tide. Coward, killer, boy, blood, useful, weak, worth testing, worth hurting, worth keeping. Hadrian vomited into his collar, blood and bile filling the lower seal. His vision vanished, returned, split into 3 overlapping feeds. He saw through. His eyes, through Little Tyrant's damaged auspex, and through something older beneath the armiger's machine soul. He screamed. Little Tyrant answered with movement. The armiger ripped against its chains. One restraint snapped, then another. Its right leg came down and crushed the servitor pack against the deck, melter charges detonating beneath its foot in a bloom of heat that blew armor fragments across the nave. Hadrian felt the explosion climb his bones. He nearly blacked out. The throne slapped consciousness back into him with contempt. "Kill," it whispered. He obeyed. Little Tyrant's chain cleaver was not fully calibrated. Its teeth skipped, caught, and shrieked as he swung it through a cluster of traitor Skitarii. The blow tore them apart messily, robes and augmetics and preserved organs scattering across a knight's open armor plates. Hadrian fired the thermal spear without target blessing. The beam lanced wide, cut through a crane arm, vaporized 3 attackers, and burned a glowing hole through the forged shrine wall. Omic's voice hammered through his helm. "Control your arc, Lord Scion." "Then get out of my way," Hadrian choked. A heretic Magos emerged from the smoke on 6-bladed limbs, face hidden by a mask of stitched brass. Scrap code poured from him in audible waves. Little Tyrant's auspex blurred. Hadrian felt foreign hands reaching through the open neural sockets, trying to turn his own pain into a door. Hadrian charged. The Magos fired a haywire burst that made Little Tyrant stagger. Hadrian lost sight again. He navigated by hatred, by the pressure of the throne ghosts, by the sound of chanting. His chain cleaver came down and missed the Magos, but severed 3 of its legs. The heretic fell, still chanting. Hadrian planted Little Tyrant's foot on its torso and leaned his weight down until brass, bone, and blasphemous machinery flattened with a wet metallic crunch. The assault broke under the wrath of half-awake gods. Traitor Skitarii were hunted through the repair nave by loader crews, sacristans, and the twitching limbs of wounded knights. A servitor bomb reached St. Breaker's scaffold and detonated against the errant's exposed hip assembly, killing the entire repair gang working there and throwing the knight's pilot cradle into emergency darkness. Ash Warden's pilot finally bonded and brought the Crusaders' secondary stubbers to bear, cutting down the last attackers along the ammunition rails. Omak sealed the culverts with burning promethium and ordered the corpse ducts flooded with acid. When the firing ended, the Forger Shrine looked like a slaughterhouse built inside a cathedral and then shelled for emphasis. Hadrian hung in Little Tyrant's open cockpit, shaking. Blood ran from his nose, eyes, and around every neural hook. His vomit had dried black across the collar. He could not unclench his hands. Little Tyrant's ghosts circled him, not gently, but with something close to approval. Omic climbed onto the armiger's gantry and examined him. Neurological damage probable, survival unexpected. Hadrian tried to laugh and coughed blood instead. "Is the engine saved?" Omak looked at Little Tyrant's smoking wounds. "Partially." "Then record me as partially useful." "Already done." A deep metallic groan rolled across the repair nave. Both of them turned. St. Breaker moved. The knight-errant should have been deadlocked in its scaffold. Its pilot had not been installed. Its cockpit shrine remained open, blackened by the servitor blast, dangling cables swaying like severed nerves. Yet the Questoris engine's head lifted. Its thermal cannon arm twitched. Its fingers flexed around nothing. Gantry chains snapped one by one, each break echoing like a gunshot. Omak went rigid. "St. Breaker, cease motion. Command lock. Sacristan override. By Mars and oath, cease motion." The knight stepped down from the scaffold. No pilot sat within it. No noble hand guided it. Its vox grill crackled. At first there was only static, then the faint shape of music, courtly and rotten, rising from somewhere deep inside its wounded throne. When the voice came, it was not St. Breaker's pilot. It was not any Valdor ancestor the house would willingly name. It was Caradoc Charnel, speaking with perfect courtesy through a loyal engine's mouth. "Preceptor," said the empty knight, "you really should have kept the records." By the 6th day, Mordrath Secundus had become too large for maps. No hololithic projection could hold the full shape of its agony. The war no longer existed as a series of marked districts, numbered trench lines, disputed refinery blocks, and fortified manufactorum rings. It had swollen beyond clean notation. Every command table aboard the Imperial landing bastions bled with warning runes. Every cartographic servitor tasked with updating the front lines overheated, stuttered, or began chanting obsolete casualty prayers through cracked Vox grills. The planet had opened its veins, and from those veins came mankind in numbers so vast that even the Departamento Munitorum could only reduce them to color fields and acceptable lies. The rebellion was no longer an uprising. It was an ocean. It rolled from the hive belts and the ash continent in diseased human tides, driven by hunger, blasphemy, slave collars, shock prods, and the relentless command pulses of the dark mechanicum. Billions moved beneath the furnace sky. Mutant labor clans with swollen arms and blind, milk-white eyes hauled artillery pieces on chains through drifts of corpse ash. Renegade militia marched in the uniforms of a dozen broken planetary defense regiments, Aquilus gouged from their breastplates, their officers wearing strips of flayed overseer skin as rank sashes. Press-ganged civilians stumbled before them in vast chained masses, some still clutching work tools, others carrying icons of brass and bone they did not understand. Demon cults danced between the columns, their bodies carved with cog-shaped wounds, their mouths packed with hot coals, so their prayers came out as smoke. Behind all of them walked the red-robed thralls of Vork's 9, their mechanical limbs clicking through the mud, their Binharic cant souring the air. Mordrath did not merely resist. Mordrath convulsed. Lord General Hest Varro received the new order in a bunker whose ceiling shook dust into his recaf. The message bore the proper seals: Segmentum Command, Munitorum Extremis Authority, Ecclesiarchal Concurrence, Mechanicus Notation, Administratum Absolution. Each mark existed to ensure that no single man would be blamed for what was required. Varro read it once. Then he read it again. His adjutants watched him without speaking. Population preservation restrictions were rescinded. Pacification was authorized without demographic consideration. Industrial infrastructure was to be prioritized above civilian retention. Labor losses would be compensated by later tithe reassignment, penal importation, VAT growth, or servitor conversion. In plain low Gothic, stripped of all parchment cowardice, the world's people had become replaceable. Its factories had not. Varro placed the data slate on the table. For a moment he heard nothing but the distant rolling thunder of artillery and the wet cough of a dying Vox operator in the corner. Then he reached for his command handset. "All army groups," he said, his voice as flat as an execution yard. "Compliance order has been revised. The Emperor requires the forges. Everything else is secondary. Fire plans are released. Civilian density is no longer a limiting factor. Repeat, civilian density is no longer a limiting factor." No one cheered. That was how Varro knew some remnant of humanity still lived among his officers. Above the broken plains west of Hive Carthax, House Valdor reformed for planetary war. Severian's central hammer gathered around Oath of Iron. The High King's paladin stood beneath falling ash, its armor newly scored, its battle cannon re-blessed and hungry. St. Breaker, cleansed after the corruption that had woken it wrong in the Forge Shrine, walked at his left with a new pilot entombed inside and a thermal cannon that burned at idle with resentful heat. Ash Warden took the right of the formation, Crusader pattern weapons cycling through feed rights as its sacristan crew fed it ammunition faster than most guard regiments consumed hope. Baron Cadron led the flank breakers, his Questoris engine moving with disciplined violence among the refinery bones, accompanied by the Helverin's Grave Lark and Bitter Omen. Their autocannons elevated toward the diseased sky, tracking enemy aircraft, shrieking drones, and winged things that were only partly machines. Hadrian ranged with the Warglaves, little tyrant repaired but not whole, its left shoulder still patched in bare metal where the heraldry had not yet been restored. He felt the absence like shame. The armiger did not. The armiger cared only that its chain cleaver had teeth. Seneschal Malrek held the execution reserve with Mercy's grave. The knight gallant stood behind the line, squat and brutal, Thunderstrike gauntlet flexing open and closed, Reaper Chainsword growling low. Malrek disliked reserve duty. Everyone knew it. He endured it because Severian had ordered it, and because there would always be a moment in every battle when subtlety died, and something large needed to be beaten into obedience by hand. Judgment Absolute stood farther back upon the ridge called St. Orm's Fall, though no one remembered who St. Orm had been. The Dominus Castellan was a fortress given legs, its plasma decimator caged in lightning, volcano lance aimed toward the hive, as if daring a god to show its face. Around it, artillery regiments and Skitari batteries formed a defensive shrine of guns. Even the guard felt safer near it, though that safety was no different from standing beneath a mountain that might decide to kneel. The knights became moving fortresses. Varro's infantry advanced in their shadows because there was nowhere else to live. Men crouched beneath the stride paths of noble engines, moving when they moved, stopping when they stopped, praying the Auspex spirits within the giants could tell friend from rubble. Chimera transports and Lehman Russ squadrons followed the gaps between night legs, using the towering machines as cover against rebel-less cannons. Mortar teams set up behind adamantium heels. Medici orderlies dragged wounded men into the shelter of scorched greaves. Priests raised icons and shouted that the Emperor had sent living castles to protect his faithful. Then Oath of Iron reversed without warning to bring its shield toward a distant volcano cannon. A platoon vanished beneath its heel. No one in the night command net remarked upon it. Hadrian felt the tremor of impact through the ground more than he saw the men die. One moment they were hunched in the paladin's shadow, faces black with soot, laser guns clutched across their chests. The next, they were red beneath iron, their bodies squeezed outward in a burst that painted broken stone and the legs of nearby guardsmen. The survivors staggered, stared, then ran to keep pace because falling behind meant rebel guns. Acceptable battlefield weather, Malrek had called it. Hadrian had laughed when he first heard the phrase. He did not laugh now. The rebel ocean struck at the red kilometers. The plain had once been a district of low hab blocks and transport yards. Now it was a ruined field stretching beyond sight, a flattened expanse of rusted hab skeletons, crater lakes, corpse trenches, shattered rail lines, and razor wire so thick it looked like metallic bramble. The ground was red, not by nature, but by accumulation. Years of industrial runoff had stained the soil. Months of war had improved the color. Across that plain, the enemy came. They came in waves so dense that individual men ceased to matter. They were movement, heat, flesh, and noise. Autogun fire rose from them in rippling sheets. Heavy stubbers hammered from carts drawn by chained mutants. Renegade armor crawled between the masses. Here tech crawler shrines broadcast scrap code that made Imperial Auspex displays twitch and bleed false targets. Suicide servitors marched with steady devotion, melter charges glowing inside their split bellies. Above them circled gun drones made from servo skulls, butcher birds, and stolen targeting spirits. Ashwarden fired first. The Crusaders' Avenger Gatling cannon spun up with a shriek that climbed into a continuous industrial scream. The first burst cut a trench through the front rank of the rebel sea. Bodies opened, heads vanished, torsos were torn into red ropes and thrown backward across those still advancing. The second burst walked higher, taking men at chest height and turning them into drifting vapor. The third found a press of mutants tangled in razor wire and shredded them so thoroughly that strings of meat hung from the barbs like festival ribbons. Ashwarden did not stop. Its barrels heated from black to dull red, then from dull red to angry orange. Loaders in the ammunition shrine behind it screamed for coolant blessings. Feed warnings flashed and were dismissed. The Crusader stood like an execution tower, its guns hammering, its carapace missiles arcing. Into distant armor knots, its heavy stubbers stitching fire across anything that crawled from the main killing fields. The plain before it became a weather system of blood mist. Guardsmen cheered because the enemy was dying somewhere else. Then the wind changed, and the red vapor drifted back over them, warm and salty, and some of the cheering men vomited into their rebreathers. Hadrian ran Little Tyrant along the left screen with Red Pilgrim's replacement unit, a warglaive called Iron Jackal, whose pilot had not spoken since bonding. The armigers hunted armor in the fog between hab ribs. Thermal spears fired through smoke. Chain cleavers split troop carriers. Hadrian drove his engine into a rebel tank column and cut the lead vehicle through the turret ring. The crew inside came out in fragments under pressure, their screams cut short when the ammunition cooked off. A second tank tried to ram him. Little Tyrant sidestepped and brought the cleaver down through its engine deck, pinning it to the ground like an insect. Hadrian fired into the wound and felt the vehicle die through the soles of his machine's feet. The throne praised him. He hated that he needed it to. Then the smoke ahead split open. War dogs came first, 6 of them, low and fast, their corrupted armor wet with oil and old blood. Autocannons barked. Thermal lances spat sunfire. One Helverin took a hit to the hip and staggered, but did not fall, answering with long-ranged fire that blew the attacking war dog's head apart in a spray of brass and black meat. Another war dog darted beneath Ash Warden's firing arc and cut through a guard tank squadron, chain cleaver ripping open Lehman Russ hulls while the men inside burned in their seats. Behind the war dogs came the Rampager. It moved like murder, given a noble title. The Chaos Knight was taller than Mercy's grave, broad-shouldered and hunched, its carapace crowned with horns made from fused cannon barrels. Its Reaper chainblade dragged sparks from the ground, each tooth chewing the air in anticipation. Its other arm ended in a warp-mutated gauntlet that twitched with too many knuckles. Flayed banners streamed from its back. Chained bodies hung from its waist, some still alive, their mouths open in soundless prayer as the engine charged through the smoke. Malrek laughed over the Vox. At last. Mercy's grave advanced from reserve. The two giants met amid the red kilometers, while whole companies of guardsmen tried and failed to escape the space between them. The first impact broke the ground. Mercy's grave took the Rampager's chainblade against its ion shield, the field flaring blue and white as the corrupted teeth scraped across it. Malrek answered with his Thunderstrike gauntlet, driving a blow into the enemy's shoulder that dented armor and burst 3 hanging corpses into wet fragments. The Rampager slammed back with its claw, catching Mercy's grave across the chest and peeling away layers of armor plate. Infantry died in the footwork. A guard company of the Brontian heavy infantry had been advancing beneath Mercy's shadow when the duel began. The first pivot crushed half of them. The second trapped the survivors between the 2 engines' legs as they traded blows. Men were pulped beneath adamantium toes, thrown by shockwaves, sliced apart by fragments of armor the size of doors. A platoon standard-bearer lifted his banner as if the cloth mattered to giants. The Rampager's heel came down and drove man, banner, and 3 nearby soldiers into the red earth until all 4 became a single stain. "Clear the duel ground," Varro ordered, though there was no ground left to clear and almost no one alive to hear him. Malrek did not hear or did not care. Mercy's grave locked its chainsword against the Rampager's blade. The 2 weapons screamed together, teeth shattering, sparks showering down like molten rain. The Chaos Knight leaned in, trying to overpower the gallant. Malrek let it. At the last instant, he shifted shield facing, took a volley from a war dog across the flank, and drove his Thunderstrike gauntlet upward under the Rampager's cockpit. The fist closed. Armor screamed. Flesh burst. Sacred and profane machinery folded inward. The Rampager staggered. Malrek drove the gauntlet deeper, then tore. The cockpit came out in his fist. For a moment the enemy pilot lived, suspended amid cables, thrown fragments, black hoses, and sheets of flayed skin. He was no longer fully human. His ribs had grown through the command cradle. His jaw had been replaced by a brass speaker. His eyes were nailed open with silver pins. He looked very small in Mercy's Grave's grip. Malrek opened a battlefield-wide Vox channel. The pilot began to scream, not naturally. Malrek made the Vox amplifiers take the sound from inside the corrupted throne and magnify it until both armies heard everything. The agony rolled across the red kilometers, high and wet and intimate. It entered guard helmets, rebel collars, servitor command loops, tank interiors, prayer channels, and the exposed mouths of men dying in the mud. The rebels faltered. Some dropped their weapons. Some fell to their knees. Others turned and clawed at the men behind them, trying to run from a sound that seemed to know their bones. Imperial troops cheered. They cheered because terror had changed direction. They cheered because the thing screaming was not them. They cheered because the Emperor's boot had come down on someone else. Hadrian did not cheer. His stomach clenched. His throat filled with bile. Little Tyrant's cockpit tasted of blood and recycled air. The enemy pilot's scream kept going, stretched beyond what any normal lung could sustain. Malrek was feeding power through the dying throne to keep him alive. Hadrian swallowed hard. Weakness, whispered Little Tyrant. He hated himself then, not for feeling sick, for letting the throne notice. Mercy's Grave finally crushed the cockpit. The scream ended with a wet crackle. "Let that be recorded," Malrek said, his voice rich with satisfaction. "House Valdor instructs the faithless." The rebels' advance wavered across the central plain. Then Caradoc Charnel spoke. His voice did not fight the noise of battle. It cut through it, elegant and unmistakable, as if the red kilometers were a court hall and the dead were merely guests who had arrived early. "Severian," he said, "your seneschal murders beautifully. I remember when we both admired restraint." Oath of Iron turned toward the black gates of Hive Carthax. Red Benediction stood there in the distance, half veiled by smoke, surrounded by kneeling cultists and the wreckage of loyal tanks. Caradoc's desecrator raised its corrupted laser destructor in salute. "You skulk behind chattel," Severian replied. "I preserve my strength for worthy conversation. Come, old friend. No more speeches through lesser engines. No more killing of peasants to prove what both of us already know. You claim House Valdor remembers honor. Let us test the memory." Varro's voice entered the command net immediately. "High King, ignore him." Silence followed, not confusion, offense. Varro pressed on anyway. "The enemy center is buckling. His challenge is an operational deception. If you reposition now, you open the western pressure line. My scouts report mutant massing beyond the refinery gullies. Hold your axis, and we can break them." Caradoc chuckled, letting the sound bleed across both channels. "He speaks sense, Severian. How terrible for you." Cadron joined, low and urgent. "My king, the general is correct. Charnel wants the household split. The western front is thin." Malrek snarled. "A challenge issued before both armies cannot be left unanswered." "A dead household answers no challenge," Cadron said. Severian's voice emerged cold enough to still them both. "House Valdor does not decline the field." Varro's reply came through clenched teeth. "House Valdor is not the only force on this planet." "No," Severian said. "It is merely the only force that matters at this moment." Oath of Iron began to walk toward Red Benediction. The central hammer shifted with him. St. Breaker and Mercy's Grave moved to support. Ash Warden adjusted its fire arc, still slaughtering the rebel sea, but now pivoting away from the western approaches. The armigers received new movement orders. Hadrian saw the tactical geometry change across his display and felt dread sharpen beneath his ribs. A gap opened where there had been overlapping fields of fire. Not large, not to a knight. To an infantry army, it was a throat laid bare. Varro saw it too. All Western Front commands, brace for assault. Reserve artillery, shift fire to grid Carthax west. Armor groups, plug the refinery gullies. Move, damn you, move. They moved. Not fast enough. The mutant assault came out of the furnace fog like a continent learning to hate. They were huge, thousands at first, then tens of thousands, then so many that the auspex could not separate body from body. Mining brutes swollen by heretic growth vats. Labor mutants with metal plates bolted into their skulls. Ogryn-sized things with furnace chains wrapped around their fists. Cult drivers rode upon their backs, stabbing them with shock lances and shrieking praises to charnel. Behind them rolled crawler guns and corpse wagons, their wheels churning the dead into red mud. They hit the western line where Ash Warden's fire should have been thickest. The first trenches disappeared under bodies. Guardsmen fired until their last barrels burned their hands through gloves. Heavy bolters chopped mutants into pieces that kept crawling. Flamers washed the front ranks in promethium, turning the assault into a wall of burning giants that fell forward and crushed defenders beneath flaming meat. Commissars shot men trying to flee until there were too many fleeing and not enough bolt shells. Varro's command bunker became a storm of voices. Western Company gone. Gully line breached. Mutants in the artillery park. Tank squadron requesting permission to withdraw. Permission denied. Sir, they are climbing over the tanks. Then tell the tanks to move. They cannot move. They are buried in bodies. Varro stared at the hololithic display as red consumed blue across the western front. 3 million Imperial soldiers, support crews, artillerymen, armor personnel, field medicae, munitorum laborers, and attached penal cohorts were being cut off by the collapse. 3 million lives trapped between the rebel ocean and the pride of noble engines walking toward a duel. He opened a channel to Oath of Iron. High King Severian, the western front is broken. 3 million of the Emperor's soldiers are encircled. I require immediate night intervention. Oath of Iron did not turn. Ahead, Red Benediction waited in the smoke, bowing with perfect courtly grace. Severian's answer came calm and absolute. Hold with what you have, General. Varro's voice dropped to a whisper, more dangerous than shouting. What I have is dying. Then teach them to die facing the enemy. The channel closed. Hadrian heard every word. Little Tyrant ran in the wake of greater engines, obeying movement orders, moving toward honor while men died behind him in numbers too vast for grief. He looked west through rear-picked feeds. The horizon there was no longer a line. It was a boiling wall of bodies, muzzle flashes, fire, and collapsing Imperial markers. Lord Cadron, he voxed privately, we are abandoning them. Cadron did not answer at once. When he did, his voice carried the weight of a man standing before a door he had spent his life refusing to open. Yes, he said, we are. Ahead, Severian continued walking toward the duel. Behind him, Mordrath's western front died screaming beneath the rebel ocean. The western killing fields had run out of graves before they ran out of dead. That was the first mercy to fail. Shells failed next, then water, then medici gauze, pain suppressants, blessed candles, charge packs, stretcher bearers, clean blades, clean hands, clean thoughts. The Imperial army trapped west of Hive Carthax did not collapse all at once. It diminished by layers. A regiment became a battalion. A battalion became a trench full of men pretending they still had officers. A trench became a line of laser guns, firing from behind bodies stacked high enough to serve as cover. When the bodies began to rot in the heat from the refinery fires, the guardsmen stopped calling them comrades and started calling them wall. The wall held longer than flesh should have. Lord General Hest Varro heard the death of his western army through 1,000 vox channels. Some voices were disciplined. Those were the worst. Western Redoubt third line reporting ammunition depletion, requesting resupply, requesting artillery correction, enemy inside wire, enemy inside wire. The Emperor protects. Some voices were prayers. By his light, by his throne, by his blood, do not let them take us alive. Saint Drusus, preserve my soul. Mother, forgive me. Emperor, forgive me. I do not want to burn. Some were no longer human in any useful sense. just wet screaming beneath. Static, the sound of throats opening under knives, lungs filling with ash, men calling for officers already dead. Rebel vox horns answered from the smoke, broadcasting furnace hymns and butcher cant. The mutant assault had broken the refinery gullies and poured into the trench cities beyond. What had been a front was now an island, and the island was shrinking beneath the boots of things that had once been men. Varro stood in his command bunker, with one hand resting on the hololithic table, and watched blue runes die. The western killing fields were a graveyard of signals. Companies blinked out in groups as command posts were overrun. Medici stations burned. Ammunition depots detonated in dirty blossoms of flame. Penal cohorts held longer than expected because their explosive collars had malfunctioned and the men had decided hatred was preferable to panic. They died anyway. A tank squadron reported being immobilized beneath bodies. A minute later, its commander transmitted that mutants were climbing over the hulls with furnace hooks. After that came pounding sounds, the scream of metal hatches being peeled open, and one last gunshot from inside a Lehman Russ before the channel became laughter. A junior officer leaned toward Varro, pale under his grime. "My lord, enemy forces are dragging command personnel toward the smelter pits." Varro did not look away from the display. "Which command personnel?" "All they can catch." A picked feed flickered across the hololith. It showed a trench junction lit by burning promethium. Guardsmen fought back to back around a fallen standard, while huge labor mutants crashed through the sandbag walls. An Imperial captain was lifted by chains around his arms and hauled backward through the mud. He kicked once, twice. A furnace pit glowed behind him, an open industrial moor used for rendering slag. Rebels in stolen rebreathers chanted as they dragged him toward it. The captain kept his cap on until they threw him in. His scream lasted longer than the feed. Varro closed that channel himself. He opened another, one he had used too often and with too little result. "High King Severian, this is Lord General Varro. The Western Army is encircled. I have 3 million Imperial soldiers, armor crew, artillery crew, labor auxiliaries, and support personnel inside a collapsing pocket. I require immediate night intervention. Break off from your dual approach and turn west." For a moment, there was only static, though Varro knew the channel was clean. The silence was choice, not failure. Then Oath of Iron answered. "Your numbers have been received, General." Varro's jaw tightened. "They are not numbers. They are soldiers of the Imperium. They are weight upon a scale. They are dying. All soldiers are dying. Some merely do so ahead of schedule." Varro felt every officer in the bunker go still. None dared speak. Beyond the bunker's armored walls, artillery fired without rhythm, the guns overheating, the crews working until their hands bled through their gloves. "Listen to me, Severian. If the western pocket falls, the rebels roll our flank. Your duel means nothing if the front closes behind you." The High King's voice remained cold, remote, enthroned. A High King's oath challenge is not subordinate to a general's arithmetic. Varro laughed once, a short, dead sound that surprised even him. Arithmetic is what keeps armies alive. Oaths are what make them worth commanding. That is noble nonsense. That is noble law. No, it is vanity wearing armor. The command bunker seemed to shrink around the words. Even through vox delay and battle static, the insult struck with enough force to make Varro's adjutants flinch. When Severian spoke again, his voice had lost all trace of patience. "Be cautious, Lord General. Your rank is granted by parchment. Mine is carried by blood, throne, and engine. And your engine is walking away from the Emperor's soldiers. My engine walks toward an oath that must be answered." Varro looked at the dying western front. The blue runes were almost gone. "Then may your ancestors choke on it." He cut the channel before Severian could answer. Among the night houses, oaths were heavier than worlds. They were not promises as common men understood them. They were chains, layered one over another, until a noble soul could scarcely move except along the path already chosen by the dead. There was oath to throne, the sacred bond between pilot and machine spirit. There was oath to house, the bloodline that owned the engine and the history painted upon its armor. There was oath to liege, sworn before banners and bone reliquaries. There was oath to forge, because even kings inside god machines required the red hands of Mars to keep their divinity from rusting. There was oath to ancestors, those whispering judges embedded in the throne mechanicum. There was oath to heraldry, to tilting plate and kill mark, and the colour of a banner beneath smoke. There was oath to vengeance, which nobles called honour when the grudge was old enough. These oaths made knights brave. They also made them catastrophically stupid. Hadrian knew that thought would have earned him a mind scour if spoken aloud. He felt it anyway. Little Tyrant ran in formation behind Oath of Iron, its stride hungry, its throne ghosts alert with the excitement of imminent noble duel. Ahead, through smoke and falling ash, red benediction waited among the toppled spires of a broken cathedral district. Caradoc Charnel's challenge beacon pulsed in formal crimson. Every instinct bred into Hadrian told him to continue forward. A high king had accepted a challenge. Lesser nobles attended. Armigers screened. The house witnessed. The dead judged. Behind him, the western Voxnet was dying. Hadrian listened. He should not have. The guard channel was not part of the noble command right, but Little Tyrant's repairs had left routing scars, and Hadrian had learned to open them. He heard men begging for artillery that could not fire because friendly trenches were already overrun. He heard tank crews reciting engine prayers while mutants cut through their hatches. He heard a colonel ordering his staff to burn the regimental colours rather than let them be taken. He heard Varro's voice, raw now, no longer polished by command formality. All units inside the western pocket, hold position. Relief forces are being redirected. That was a lie. Hadrian looked at the tactical display. No relief forces were moving west. The armigers were close enough. Little Tyrant, Iron Jackal, Grave Lark, Bitter Omen, and 2 lesser warglaves from Cadron's flank screen. Fast engines. Hunters. Not enough to save an army, but enough to cut a wound through the encirclement. Hadrian opened a private armiger channel. Warglaive elements, turn west on my mark. Iron Jackal's pilot answered after a heartbeat. By whose command? Hadrian swallowed. His throat tasted of recycled air and old blood. Mine. Gravelark's Helverin pilot laughed in disbelief. You are not Lance Sovereign. No, I am the one listening. Little Tyrant's throne pressed against him, not in refusal, but in anticipation. Disobedience had a flavor, sharp, dangerous, alive. Hadrian turned. The movement broke formation like a shouted obscenity in a chapel. Little Tyrant pivoted away from Oath of Iron and leapt across a ridge of pulverized ferrocrete toward the west. For 3 strides, no one followed. Then Iron Jackal came after him. Then Bitter Omen and Grave Lark shifted their autocannons, hesitated, and joined. The other warglaves turned last, drawn by momentum and the old hunting instinct of smaller engines eager for prey. Severian's voice crashed into his helm. Hadrian! The name struck like a physical blow. Little Tyrant staggered beneath the force of the High King's command authority. Hadrian forced the armiger onward. The western pocket can be breached. You will return to formation. No, my king. The silence after those words was deeper than any battlefield pause. You mistake permission for blood right, boy. Hadrian's hands trembled inside the command cradle. The ancestors in Little Tyrant hissed around him, some outraged, some delighted. No, he said. I mistake dead soldiers for useful soldiers. That was the only language he dared use. Not pity, not mercy, not compassion. He wrapped disobedience in utility and prayed the throne would accept the lie. Cadron's voice entered the channel, low and urgent. Hadrian, you understand what you are doing? Yes, Lord. No, you do not, but continue. A second later, Cadron addressed the Armiger pack. Flank breakers, support the Scion. Helverins, skyward watch. Warglaves, hunt armor and breach. Move before our courage remembers its manners. The pack ran. Armiger war was not the stately apocalypse of Questoris engines. It was speed, hunger, and violence at the edge of control. The smaller walkers bounded through refinery ruins, where larger knights would have crushed paths rather than chosen them. They leapt drainage canals slick with chemical waste, shouldered through pipe forests, ducked beneath collapsed transit rails, and sprinted along the flanks of burning hab blocks. To a Questoris pilot, they were hounds. To infantry, they were still towers of death. Hadrian drove Little Tyrant through a renegade armor screen at full stride. His thermal spear fired before the first tank commander knew he was there. The beam struck the lead vehicle through its side armor and turned the fighting compartment into sunfire. The tank's turret blew upward, spinning end over end, before crushing a squad of cult infantry beneath it. Iron Jackal came in behind him, chain cleaver low, opening a troop carrier from engine block to rear hatch. Men spilled from it burning and were flattened beneath the Warglave's next step. Above them, Demon Wing aircraft descended from the ash clouds. They had once been atmospheric fighters. The Dark Mechanicum had remade them into screaming things with brass bones, membrane wings stretched between engine spars, and pilots wired into exposed nose cages. They came in packs, shrieking scrap code and firing corrupted lasts into the Armiger line. Gravelark and Bitter Omen answered. The Helverins stopped on a ridge of broken rail engines and elevated their autocannons. Their fire climbed in disciplined streams, punching through the first demon craft's wing route and tearing it apart in mid-dive. The wreckage fell in pieces, each piece still screaming until it struck the ground. Bitter Omen tracked the second target through smoke and cut it across the fuselage. The thing split open, spilling black oil, teeth, and a pilot whose body unraveled into cables as he fell. Hadrian reached the western killing fields too late to save most of them. The pocket was no longer a perimeter. It was a wound being eaten inward. Trenches overflowed with dead. Some wore Imperial colors, some were rebels. Most had been crushed, burned, hacked, or trampled so thoroughly that allegiance had become a matter for clerks with strong stomachs. Mutants poured over the barricades in waves, swinging mining hammers, chain hooks, and furnace mauls. Cult armor rolled behind them, firing into knots of resistance. Guardsmen fought from shell holes, from beneath wrecked tanks, from behind piles of bodies.
Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Support really helps.
From inside broken bunkers whose doors had been welded shut by heat. Little Tyrant hit the encirclement like a blade through rotten meat. Hadrian fired, cut, stepped, fired again. His thermal spear burned through a crawler gun, and its ammunition stores detonated, wiping a street clean of rebels and loyal wounded alike. His chain cleaver took a mutant brute at the waist and hurled the upper half across a trench full of guardsmen. The men cheered until Little Tyrant's next step collapsed the trench wall and buried half of them under mud and corpses. Hadrian kept moving. He had to. Momentum was life. Stillness was death. The throne whispered that truth until it drowned every scream beneath his feet. Iron Jackal breached to his left, tearing open cult armor with its cleaver. A warglaive called Black Vow fell to concentrated melter fire, its pilot howling as the engine's right leg melted and the walker toppled into a packed trench. Loyal soldiers scrambled away too slowly. The Armiger crushed them as it fell, then detonated moments later when a suicide servitor reached its reactor housing. The blast killed rebels by the hundreds and guardsmen by the score. On the tactical display, the corridor widened. Varro saw it from his bunker. At first he thought the icons were errors. Then he recognized Little Tyrant's marker moving against Severian's orders, cutting into the western pocket with a pack of smaller engines. The young scion had disobeyed his high king. Not for glory, not for heraldic display, not for the old poison of challenge and answer. He had moved where the dying were. Varro leaned over the hololith. All Western units, mark the Armiger corridor. Move east by smoke beacon and engine tread. Armor crews, follow the warglaves. Infantry, stay clear of their feet unless you wish to die rescued. A staff officer stared at him. My lord, the knights have not formally accepted our command integration. Varro looked at him. The officer swallowed. Orders transmitting. Through the smoke, men began to run toward Hadrian's corridor. They came in broken streams. Guardsmen with empty rifles. Tankers with burned faces. Artillery crews dragging breach blocks because they refused to leave their guns useful to rebels. Priests carrying icons. Medicae dragging torsos that still begged to be left behind. Hadrian tried to slow little tyrant's stride as they passed beneath him. The Armiger resisted. A warglaive was not made to shepherd. It was made to kill. A knot of guardsmen stumbled directly into his path, chased by mutants. Hadrian had less than a heartbeat to choose. He chose forward. Little tyrant's foot came down among loyal and traitor alike. Bodies burst beneath him. The mutants died. So did the men they were chasing. The corridor stayed open. Hadrian's gorge rose. Little tyrant praised him. Varro watched the picked feed and understood the horror of it. This was mercy by night measure. A corridor cut through bodies. Loyal dead mingled with rebel dead, all reduced to the same black-red paste beneath adamantium feet. Yet through that corridor, thousands lived who would otherwise have burned in the furnace pits. The young noble had not saved them cleanly. Nothing on Mordrath was clean, but he had turned. That mattered. Far to the east, amid the fallen cathedral district, Severian reached Caradoc. The duel began without announcement. Oath of Iron fired first, rapid-fire battle cannon hammering through the nave of a collapsed basilica. Shells struck Red Benediction's ion shield and burst in chained blossoms of force. The corrupted desecrator moved with courtly grace, shield angled, returning fire with its laser destructor. A beam of malignant crimson cut across the ruin and struck Oath of Iron's shield hard enough to drive the paladin back one stride. Statues of Imperial saints shattered around them, their stone faces breaking into dust beneath the pressure wave. Crowds were still trapped in the cathedral district. Refugees, rebel prisoners, loyal laborers, wounded soldiers, cultists. No one knew, and no one in the duel cared. They hid beneath fallen arches and inside shrine vaults, while the god machines fought above them. Each footfall crushed dozens. Each missed cannon shot carved through hab spires and dumped entire floors into the streets. A Reaper chainsword swing, intended for Red Benediction, cut through a memorial tower instead, spilling bells, bodies, and masonry into a plaza packed with screaming civilians. Caradoc laughed over the noble channel. You always did strike wide when angry. Severian advanced. You always did talk when afraid. The two knights met blade to blade. Reaper chainswords screamed together, tooth against tooth, each engine leaning into the lock with enough force to buckle the street beneath them. Oath of Iron drove forward. Red Benediction yielded, then twisted aside with obscene elegance, raking its corrupted blade across Oath of Iron's shoulder. Armor peeled away. Warning runes flashed across Severian's vision. The ancestors in his throne roared for blood. You remember nothing, Caradoc said. I remember your house dead. You remember the lie that fed you. Severian brought the battle cannon around and fired at point-blank range. The shell struck Red Benediction's shield and detonated between them, blasting both engines apart. Oath of Iron staggered through the facade of a shrine school. Red Benediction crashed into a row of statues, rose immediately, and bowed as if thanking a dance partner. Caradoc's voice lowered. House Valdor did not defeat us, Oath Brother. You buried us. Severian's teeth clenched inside his helm. Enemy fable. You sealed the lower colony beneath the mountain during the famine wars. Not enemies, allies, charnel workers, charnel scions, charnel throne keepers. Your founder collapsed the fortress spine to preserve his own vaults, then painted stolen engines in Valdor colors, while our ancestors suffocated in the dark. Lies. Ask your throne. For one terrible moment, the dead inside Oath of Iron did not answer. They whispered among themselves. Severian felt it. Not confession, not denial, evasion. Caradoc pressed forward, blade shrieking. Your honor was founded on mass murder. Your banners are burial cloth. Your oaths are stolen breath. Oath of Iron roared, not through vox, but through reactor, chain blade, pistons, and throne. Severian drove the paladin forward with all the fury of a king rejecting history. His chainsword struck Red Benediction's guard and tore through one corrupted shoulder plate. Black fire spilled from the wound. Caradoc stepped inside the blow. The warp-tainted blade came low. It struck Oath of Iron's knee joint. Not the armor plate, not the shielded face. The joint, the old wound hidden beneath layers of honor marks, where orc scars and ancient repairs overlapped. Caradoc knew the place. Of course he knew. Charnel codes had built half the ghost architecture of Valdor's oldest machines. The blade bit deep. Severian rotated his ion shield too late. Oath of Iron's knee exploded in a storm of adamantium fragments, sacred oil, fiber muscle, and burning nerve cable. Pain surged through the throne mechanicum and into Severian's spine. The paladin tried to compensate. Its damaged leg folded. Its Reaper chainsword carved a canyon through the plaza as it fell. Oath of Iron hit the ground hard enough to collapse the crypts beneath the cathedral. Across Mordrath, every knight of House Valdor heard the scream. It came through the throne bonds, through armiger sockets, through Questoris ghosts, through Dominus reactor hymn. It was the voice of Oath of Iron's ancestors, centuries of dead kings crying out as their living vessel struck the dust. Hadrian heard it in the west, while cutting down mutants beneath a sky full of ash. Little Tyrant stumbled. Cadron heard it among the flank breakers, and went silent. Malrek heard it inside Mercy's grave, and began to curse like a man watching his own house burn. Varro heard only the vox distortion, but he saw every Valdor icon falter at once. In the fallen cathedral district, Red Benediction stood over the crippled paladin. Caradoc lowered his blade until its burning teeth hovered before Oath of Iron's helm. "Now," he said softly, "we may begin telling the truth." House Valdor had not seen Oath of Iron fall in living memory. The fact mattered more than the damage. A knight could lose armor, weapons, banners, pilots, limbs, and still be called glorious if it remained standing at the end of the tale. A wounded engine was a relic in the making. A broken cannon became a line in a chapel song. A scar across heraldry could be lacquered, named, and carried into the next war as proof that honor had endured fire. But a fallen High King was not merely a battlefield incident. It was a wound driven through the household's idea of itself. It was a crown in the mud. It was ancestral certainty made mortal. Every throne in House Valdor felt it. Hadrian heard the scream of Oath of Iron through Little Tyrant's socket ghosts, while the western killing fields burned around him. The sound did not enter through the vox. It came through the communion wound at the base of his skull, an ancient chorus of dead kings shrieking as their vessel struck the dust. Little Tyrant stumbled in mid-stride. The armiger's right foot came down across a trench wall and crushed a wounded guardsman beneath broken sandbags. Hadrian barely felt the impact. For one breath, all he could feel was House Valdor recoiling. Grave Lark ceased firing at the Demon Wing aircraft above the pocket and nearly took a corrupted missile through its cockpit cage. Iron Jackal froze while dragging a crippled cult tank aside, its chain cleaver jammed in the engine block. Bitter Omen sent 3 autocannon bursts into empty smoke before its pilot regained sense enough to track real targets again. Across the battlefield, noble engines faltered as if a single nerve had been cut inside them all. The guard noticed. The rebels noticed as well. They surged into the hesitation with knives, hooks, guns, and mouths full of furnace prayer. Hadrian forced little tyrant forward. "Armigers, continue the breach. Do not stop. Do not look east." His voice shook. He hated that. The throne noticed. It pressed the shame deeper. The western corridor held by violence alone. Warglaives cut through mutant knots. Thermal spears punched open traitor armor, and Helverins ripped demon craft from the sky in burning fragments. Thousands of trapped guardsmen streamed through the corridor, stumbling between the legs of armigers that could kill them with a careless step. Some saluted the engines, some cursed them. Most simply ran, faces grey with ash and terror, their uniforms stiff with the blood of men they had crawled over to escape. Lord General Varro watched the corridor widen on the tactical slate and listened to the east collapse into noble panic. The Valdor command net, usually cold with ritual discipline, filled with overlapping voices. "Confirm High King survival. Oath of Iron is down. Succession protocol? No succession while the king breathes. Does he breathe? Who commands? Malrek holds seniority. Cadron stands closest to operational control. The throne must answer." The throne screamed. Varro muted none of it. He wanted his officers to hear. He wanted them to understand that the giants who crushed cities beneath their tread were still men inside, and men could panic when their myths were wounded. Then Malrek's voice hammered across the network from within Mercy's grave. Silence. The word had enough force to still even the static. High King Severian remains unconfirmed, but not declared dead. Until his throne speaks, I assume war command under the rights of seneschal and battle necessity. All lances respond. Cadron answered after a moment. You assume much. I assume what must be assumed while our king lies in the dust, and Charnel laughs. Do you intend rescue? I intend punishment. Varro opened the channel before Cadron could reply. Seneschal Malrek, Western pocket relief is in progress. Hadrian's armigers have opened a corridor. I need heavy engine support to stabilize the flank. You need? Malrek said. The amusement in his tone was worse than anger. How impoverished your language remains, Lord General. I need the knights to hold the world they came to reclaim. The world will be held by terror, as all worlds are held. Mercy's grave turned away from the duel ground and faced the rebel-held districts beyond the western break. Its targeting spirits began painting hab sectors, manufactorum dormitories, ration stacks, and civic shelter vaults as bombardment zones. Varro saw the fire plan build across his display and felt cold settle in his gut. No, he said. Those districts contain manufactorum substructures. You saturate them, and you collapse the shell press lines beneath. The tithe facilities are already damaged. You will destroy what we are ordered to save. Malrek's answer came without hesitation. Obedience matters more than output. Output is why we are here. A dead world that kneels is preferable to a living world that bargains. Varro turned from the table and looked at his artillery liaison. The man was pale, waiting for an order that could get him killed by either side. Do not integrate night fire commands into guard batteries without my spoken confirmation. The liaison swallowed. My lord, the Seneschal's authority is recognized by household treaty. My authority is recognized by the guns currently loaded and pointed at his target grid. He may fire his own engines. He does not fire mine. The first punitive shots came from Mercy's graves supporting batteries, then from St. Breaker, still limping under new pilot control after its corruption purge. Thermal fire lanced into a rebel-held habitation tier and turned the upper floors into molten glass. Ash Warden, receiving Malrek's command, swept its Gatling cannon across a bridge packed with fleeing civilians and cult militia mingled together. The bridge became red mist and falling metal. It achieved exactly what Malrek desired. The rebel advance staggered. The surviving districts began broadcasting surrender requests, pleas, false loyalty oaths, and screams. Varro marked the manufactorum damage, and said nothing. Words had become too small. Far east, inside the corpse of a fallen cathedral, Severian lived. He wished he did not. Oath of Iron lay half buried in the collapsed nave, its wounded knee folded beneath it, its Reaper chainsword still chewing weakly through rubble until the damaged motor burned out with a sound like a dying animal. The cockpit shrine had become a torture chamber of holy machinery. Severian's left leg was pinned beneath a collapsed restraint spar. 3 ribs had broken where the command cradle had compressed around him during the fall. A fragment of inner armor had punched through his side and remained there, hot with reactor bleed. Blood floated in the low gravity spasms of malfunctioning compensators, forming red beads that drifted through incense smoke. He was not alone. The dead were with him. Weak, whispered King Alaric from the throne depths. Careless, hissed Baron Thamir, who had died fighting orcs beneath a green sun. Proud without precision, murmured Lady Vere, dead 4 centuries and still merciless in memory. Severian clenched his teeth. I still breathe. The throne answered in many voices. Breath is not command. You will be silent. We were standing before you wore flesh, and I raised you into battle. You fell. I was struck through treachery. You were known. That wounded him more deeply than Caradoc's blade. The strike to Oath of Iron's knee had not been luck. It had been memory used as a weapon. House Charnel knew old repairs, old scars, old hidden weaknesses. Worse, the throne knew it too. Severian could feel the ancestors recoiling not from the enemy, but from implication. He screamed inside the cockpit, not from pain, but from rage. Lies, buried lies, enemy poison. Beneath him, Oath of Iron's machine spirit groaned. Its reactor beat irregularly, like a second heart on the edge of stopping. Its auspex showed red benedictions standing above the cratered plaza, close enough to finish him. Caradoc's corrupted knight had the angle. One strike through the helm, one blast into the broken torso, one courtly execution. It did not come. Caradoc's voice entered through a private channel. Still alive, Severian. Severian tasted blood when he spoke. Come closer and learn. How stubbornly theatrical. No, old friend, I will not kill you yet. Coward, mercy would be killing you. I am not merciful. Red Benediction stepped over the fallen paladin. Its foot crushed a shrine pillar beside Oath of Iron's head, showering the broken engine in stone dust and pulverized Saint Bone. You must remain, Caradoc said. You must listen while your household hears what it is without you. Pride can suffer longer than flesh. I intend to educate it. The desecrator turned away. Severian roared after him, but Oath of Iron could not rise. The throne ghosts whispered accusation until his own thoughts became another battlefield. Beneath the mobile forge shrine, Omak Delt received a different kind of wound. The sacristan preceptor stood inside a sealed data chapel, lit only by red lumen strips and the glow of forbidden projections. Around him, lesser adepts lay dead by his order, not murdered in rage, terminated for containment. Each had heard too much of Caradoc's transmission during the night assault. Each had become a possible door for scrap code. Their bodies still twitched where the cranial kill spikes had entered. Omak ignored them. His mechadendrites moved through the projection, sorting battlefield returns, engine mass readings, corrupted vox bursts, stolen Mechanicus ciphers, and Auspex ghosts from beneath the forge temple. The shadow under Mordrath was no longer merely moving. It was assembling. Not a titan, not a knight, an offense against both. Vork's 9 had gathered wrecked knight hulls from ancient vaults and recent battlefields. He had anchored them to titan salvage, leg assemblies, reactor fragments, void shield ribs, and macro weapon bones stripped from dead god engines whose machine spirits should have been honored, not cannibalized. He had woven them together with millions of human nervous systems harvested from Mordrath's labor population. Brains wired into choir stacks, spinal columns stretched as conduit, nerve tissue pressed into wet logic looms, bound demons chained in reactor cages, fed by suffering and regulated by scrap code. Omak watched the projected outline shift and grow beneath the forged temple, the Cathedral of Teeth. The name had not been assigned by Imperial intelligence. It came from the enemy transmissions, whispered by dying Heotechs and encoded in the hymn. Vork's 9 was not building a war engine. He was building a walking blasphemy cathedral with enough reactor mass to kill whole lances and enough demon-bound malice to eat the ghosts from loyal thrones. Omak opened a private channel to Kadron, then closed it. Opened one to Varro, then closed it as well. At last he sent the report to Severians. Sealed command authority, knowing the High King might not even be conscious enough to read it. No answer came, so Omak sent it to Hadrian. The young scion received the data, while little Tyrant stood ankle-deep in corpse mud at the edge of the rescued western corridor. He read only fragments before Malrek's summons seized his command slate. Lord Scion Hadrian Valdor was ordered to present himself for judgment. The court convened under shellfire. There was no chamber, no polished floor, no ancestral wall. The household court gathered in the lee of a shattered manufactorum stack, while artillery burst against the smoke above and wounded men screamed in the trenches below. Noble engines stood in a half-circle around the proceedings, their towering forms casting long shadows over the mud. Hadrian climbed down from Little Tyrant, with blood still dried beneath his neural collar. He walked between kneeling serfs who would not meet his eyes, and household guards who looked ready to kill him if a lord gave the word. Malrek remained inside Mercy's grave, speaking through the gallant's vox horns. Kadron stood dismounted, helmet under one arm, his expression unreadable. Several lesser nobles attended through remote throne projection. Severian's place remained empty, represented only by a black banner and Oath of Iron's damaged command rune flickering in amber. Malrek began without ceremony. You broke formation during accepted challenge right. You countermanded the momentum of the High King's honor approach. You drew armiger elements away from witness duty. You acted without sanction. Hadrian bowed, not too low. I acted to preserve the western flank. You acted from sentiment. No. The answer came too quickly. Hadrian steadied himself. No, Seneschal. Sentiment would have killed me. I acted because the collapse of the Western Army would have exposed our rear, endangered the Forge Shrine, and granted House Charnel operational encirclement. The rescued guard units now hold the flank. Their artillery has resumed fire. Their armor is reforming behind our corridor. Their survival serves the campaign. Kadron's eyes remained on him. Malrek's engine leaned forward slightly, pistons hissing. You expect us to name disobedient strategy because you found convenient results? Hadrian felt Little Tyrant behind him, restless in its standing cradle. Its throne ghosts pressed at the back of his skull, even disconnected, hungry to hear whether he would speak like a noble or a penitent. He chose brutality because brutality was the language the court respected. I expect you to name dead weight dead and useful weight useful. 3 million soldiers were becoming carrion inside a pocket. I turned a fraction of them back into weapons. If I erred, it was in arriving too late to save more ammunition carriers, artillery crews, and armored assets. The words tasted foul. They worked. A murmur passed through the noble channel. Hadrian did not speak of mercy. He did not speak of men dragged into furnace pits, or captains burned alive, or guardsmen running beneath his feet with hands raised. He spoke of assets. He spoke of weapons. He spoke as if the living mattered only because they could be aimed. Malrek approved despite himself. Hadrian heard it in the silence. Varro stood at the edge of the court, present by necessity and unwelcome by nature. His coat was torn, his face lined with ash and exhaustion. He looked at Hadrian for a long moment, and the young noble saw something dangerous there. Not gratitude. Varro was too old for gratitude toward machines that had crushed his men while saving others. Recognition. The general had seen Hadrian turn west. He had seen disobedience used not for pride, but for consequence. He had seen a noble pilot choose the dying over the duel, then defend that choice in the only terms his house would accept. It was not purity. It was not kindness. It was a soul learning to hide itself behind iron before iron ate it. Varro inclined his head by the smallest degree. Hadrian did not return it. Too many noble eyes watched. Hadrian spoke at last. The Scion's act preserved the flank. Malrek growled through Mercy's grave. The Scion's act challenged hierarchy. The hierarchy requires surviving engines and stable fronts. Punish him later if pride demands it. Use him now because war demands it. Another shell burst overhead, raining hot fragments across the court. A serf died without sound when a shard opened his skull. No one looked down. Malrek held the silence long enough to make judgment feel like execution. "Hadrian Valdor," he said, "your disobedience is recorded. Your result is also recorded. The first shall be held in account. The second shall be spent. You will take command of a mixed armiger spearhead under provisional authority. Warglaves and helverins as assigned by battlefield need. You will answer to me until the High King rises or dies." Hadrian bowed again. "As commanded. Do not mistake survival for forgiveness. I would not dishonor the house by expecting forgiveness." That too pleased them. The court dissolved under renewed bombardment. Hadrian turned toward Little Tyrant and found Varro waiting in his path. The general spoke quietly, too low for the nearest household guards to hear. "You saved men today." Hadrian looked past him toward the burning west. "I preserved assets. Say that to them, not to me." Hadrian met his eyes. Varro's face held no softness. "I do not like your house, Scion. I do not like your engines. I do not like the way your nobles step on my soldiers and call the stain weather. But when the line broke, you turned. Remember that when your throne tells you that men are only mud." Hadrian almost answered. Then the ground moved. Not shook. Moved. Every auspex in the Imperial line screamed at once. The forged temple beneath Hive Carthax split open from within, its spires bending outward as if something vast had pressed its shoulders against the world's ribs. A sound rolled across Mordrath, deeper than artillery, deeper than engines, deeper than thunder. It was the sound of millions of throats wired into one machine and taught to pray through their own agony. Omek's warning burst across all channels. "Cathedral ignition. Repeat, cathedral ignition. All forces brace. Enemy god engine rising." The horizon convulsed. Beneath the forged temple, the dark mechanicum activated the Cathedral of Teeth. It rose slowly, dragging the city upward with it. First came limbs, too many limbs, made from fused knight legs and titan pistons, jointed wrong and plated in black iron. Then a torso of cathedral walls, reactor cages, armor ribs, chained demons, and screaming choir stacks emerged through the collapsing district. Human nervous systems hung in translucent cable sheaths along its flanks, pulsing with electrical pain. Knight hulls were embedded in it, like trophies or organs. Titan bone framed its spine. Its head was a chapel front made from teeth, guns, and saint statues turned upside down. The thing stood taller than any knight. Not as a titan stood, noble in its enormity and terrible in sanctioned purpose. It stood like a sin that had learned architecture. Across the battlefield, House Valdor's engines fell silent. Then, the Cathedral of Teeth opened its mouths, and Mordrath screamed with it. The Cathedral of Teeth entered the war by murdering the horizon. It did not rise cleanly. No blessed engine of Mars would have disgraced itself with such birth. It tore itself from Mordrath's crust in convulsions, dragging foundations, transit rails, hab stacks, shrine vaults, and entire manufactorum districts upward, as if the world had been hooked from beneath and pulled apart by an angry god. Streets bent into vertical walls. Refineries toppled against one another and burst, spilling promethium into the cracks of the city. Worker cathedrals slid from their moorings and shattered against the thing's ascending flanks, dumping thousands of screaming bodies into the smoke. The forged temple split wide from altar to substructure, and out of its sundered corpse came the abomination. It was not a titan, it was not a knight, it was an accusation built from both. Multiple fused knight legs carried it, some questoris, some armiger, some stretched and remade with titan-grade pistons and screaming hydraulic muscle. They moved with no grace, but with impossible coordination, each step crushing city blocks into glowing rubble. Its lower hull was made from cathedral stone, demon plate, and overlapping armor panels stripped from dead engines. Cockpit shells had been embedded into its flanks like reliquaries. Some still contained pilots. Some of those pilots still moved. Their hands scraped the inside of their cracked armor glass as the cathedral walked, as if some final instinct urged them to escape machinery that had already claimed their souls. Above the leg clusters rose a body of black iron and bone-colored plating, crowned with steeples made from cannon barrels, furnace chimneys, and inverted Imperial saints. Its spinal arch was Titan salvage, sacred god-engine material mutilated and chained into profanity. Reactor cages glowed along its ribs. Within them, demons thrashed behind wards of brass and flayed skin, their faces pressing against containment glass with the hunger of stars. Choir stacks climbed its shoulders, packed with human heads wired jaw to jaw, each skull shaven, each eye replaced by red lumen lenses. Their mouths opened in perfect unison. The cathedral sang. It sang through pain. It sang through millions of nervous systems braided into wet cable. It sang through corpse reactors, warp cages, vox organs, and chapel moors lined with teeth taken from men, beasts, and things never born in real space. Its hymn struck every vox channel, every auspex spirit, every neural socket in the Valdor thrones. Guardsmen fell to their knees with blood running from their ears. Servitors overloaded and bit through their own tongues. Priests screamed counter-litanies until their throats tore. Even the knights felt it as pressure inside the command cradle, a scraping presence reaching for the ancestral ghosts entombed in their thrones. Then it fired. The first volley annihilated Army Group Martyr's anvil. Varro saw the formation die from above and threw a dozen ground feeds at once. It had been a battered but functional force, 3 infantry divisions, 2 armored brigades, artillery remnants, field hospitals, munitorum labor cohorts, and the last reserves of the Mordrathian loyalist command. They occupied a trench belt south of the Forged Temple, dug in around tank revetments and broken habkeeps, waiting for orders that would never matter. The cathedral opened its chapel moors. Plasma poured from one mouth in a stream too bright for sight. It struck the center of the trench belt and turned the earth into a white wound. Tanks did not explode. They boiled. Their armor softened, sagged, and ran like wax, while the crews inside became silhouettes pressed against the inner hulls. Men vanished where they stood, leaving black shadows stretched across glowing mud. Bunkers became ovens. Ammunition stores detonated beneath the surface and lifted entire trench sections into the air as red and orange thunderheads. Warp fire came next. It was not flame as mortals understood flame. It was hunger with color. It crawled across the left flank of the army group, passing through armor, flesh, and prayer with equal ease. Men caught by it did not merely burn. They unfolded. Their bones lengthened, twisted, and snapped free of skin. Their teeth grew into white flowers before their skulls burst. A baneblade fired once into the radiance, then its crew emerged from every hatch as a single fused mass, still wearing scraps of uniform, mouths opening and closing in shared terror before the tanks sank into the earth as if the ground had become water. The trenches became glowing wounds. Army Group Martyr's anvil ceased to exist in less time than it took Varro to say its name. He stood in the command bunker, while the hololithic markers winked out by hundreds, then thousands, then by formations. A colonel beside him began reciting the litany of acceptance under his breath. Varro did not stop him. There were moments when even useless words deserved to live. "Return fire," Varro said. Everything that could fire, fired. Earthshaker batteries hammered the cathedral's lower hull. Lehman Russ vanquishers sent penetrator rounds into its leg plates. Basilisks and manticores saturated the space around it until the sky became a sheet of screaming ordnance. Judgment Absolute spoke from St. Orm's Fall, Volcano Lance stabbing through smoke with star-bright fury. The shot struck the cathedral in the chest and blew out a section of armor the size of a chapel dome. For a heartbeat, something within was visible. Red, wet machinery, a cage full of limbs, teeth turning on cogwheels. Then the wound closed. The armor regrew, not repaired by servitors or shifting plates, but by demonic meat metal swelling across the gap. Black sinew threaded through molten adamantium. Faces surfaced in the new plating, screaming as they hardened into brass. "Oathbreaker," whispered the cathedral through the vox. Every Valdor throne heard it. Ash Warden opened fire until its barrels glowed again, the Crusaders' Avenger Gatling cannon raking the abomination's lower choir stacks. Heads burst in rows, brain jars shattered. Wet grey matter poured down the cathedral's flank in steaming ropes. The choir did not stop singing. More heads unfolded from hidden racks. More mouths opened. More voices joined the hymn. St. Breaker's thermal cannon burned into one of the leg clusters, melting armor from a fused night knee. The joint sagged. For one hopeful breath, the limb buckled. Then cables whipped from the surrounding hull, spearing into dead servitors, crushed rebels, guardsmen too slow to crawl away, anything with nerves. The cathedral drank them through the cables. The legs straightened, rebuilt around screaming flesh. Mercy's grave charged close enough to strike, and was driven back by a pulse of scrap code so violent that Malrek's vox became a roar of static and animal fury. His ion shield flared, guttered, then returned in fractured segments. Across the battlefield, other shields suffered the same corruption. Fields rotated late. Facing runes lied. Emitters overheated. One minor Questoris engine from Cadron's flank turned its shield toward incoming plasma and received the attack from the unguarded side instead. It vanished in a white flash, leaving only two legs standing for a moment before they toppled into the ash. Omekdelt's warning cut through the panic. Do not trust automatic shield arbitration. Manual rotation only. Scrap code aura corrupts prediction spirits. Repeat, manual shield facing only. Hadrian obeyed from within Little Tyrant, though the armiger's throne bucked beneath the assault of corrupted song. He could feel the cathedral trying to speak to the ancestral ghosts, not with words alone, with kinship, with old charnel codes, with the buried architecture that House Valdor had burned from record and failed to burn from iron. The tactical council formed while Apocalypse walked toward them. It was not a council chamber. It was a shared channel held together by ritual encryption, emergency Binharic wards, and the stubborn will of men who had not yet been killed. Varro spoke from his bunker, Omek from the Forge Shrine Data Chapel, Malrek from Mercy's grave, his voice thick with fury, Cadron from the flank, Hadrian from Little Tyrant, uninvited but not excluded. Severian joined last. His signal came from within the fallen oath of iron. It was wet with static and pain. "I live," the High King said. No one asked if he was fit for command. The question was treasonous and also obvious. Varro spoke first anyway. "That thing will reach the landing fields within hours. If it breaks the Forge Shrine or the munitions reserves, this campaign is finished." "It is already killing our thrones," Omak said. "Proximity increases noospheric contamination. Its reactor core is bound by demon chains and human choir logic. We cannot outlast it," Malrek growled. "Then we close and tear it open." "We tried," Cadron said. "You touched its hide. I said tear it open." Omak flooded the channel with a projected schematic built from unstable Auspex returns. The cathedral appeared as a shifting red mass surrounded by error marks and prayer seals. Leg clusters are vulnerable only during stride load. Armigers may disable or slow them if they survive approach. Questoris-class engines must breach the lower hull once structural tension increases. Dominus fire support must strike the central reactor through the exposed wound. A layered assault. Hounds at the feet, knights at the belly, Castellan at the heart. Varro understood the shape of it at once. That is not a plan. That is a funeral procession. All Imperial plans are funeral processions with objectives, Omak replied. Malrek laughed. The Red Priest learns poetry. Severian's voice entered, quieter than before. Oath of Iron will rise. Omak's lenses clicked over the channel. Negative. Your engine is structurally compromised. Knee assembly destroyed. Throne cradle breached. Pilot trauma severe. Hard interface under current conditions risks permanent merger or death. Then prepare the interface. High King, clarity is required. If I hardwire you into that throne without dampers, Oath of Iron may move, but it may not release you. Your nervous system will become load-bearing architecture. Your identity may diffuse into the machine spirit. Survival as flesh is unlikely. A long silence followed. When Severian answered, something in him had changed. Not softened. Never that. It had turned inward, as if the cruelty he had spent so freely on others had finally found its rightful share in himself. Peasants have died for my house. Soldiers have died beneath my feet. Lesser nobles have burned in engines I ordered forward. If I may spend them, I may spend myself. Prepare the interface. No one spoke against him. Even Varro, who despised him, said nothing. Omak bowed, though no one could see it. By Mars, by oath, by iron, it shall be done. The opening attack began beneath a sky that had forgotten color. Hadrian led the armigers. Little Tyrant ran at the center of the pack, flanked by Iron Jackal, Gravelark, Bitter Omen, and the remaining warglaves assigned after the court's judgment. Their orders were simple enough to be suicidal. Close under the cathedral's firing arcs. Draw fire. Strike leg joints during stride. Mark breaches for heavier engines. Survive if the Emperor could be bothered. The corpse smoke was so thick that Hadrian saw the world in heat shapes and target ghosts. The ground beneath the armigers was not ground anymore. It was mashed bodies, glassed mud, shattered bone, cooling metal, and rivers of black oil. The cathedral's feet came down ahead of them, each impact flattening trenches and throwing up walls of blood spray where bodies had collected. Its chapel moors rotated downward. Hadrian felt targeting locks crawl over Little Tyrant's hull like insects. Scatter, he voxed. They scattered. Plasma struck where 3 armigers had been a heartbeat before. One escaped. One lost an arm and kept running, chain cleaver spinning away into smoke. One simply ceased. The warglaive black pennant became a white outline, then a rain of glowing fragments. Its pilot did not scream. The throne registered him as a neural echo for less than a second, a sharp taste of surprise and pain, then nothing. Bitter Omen fired upward, autocannons hammering at a knee cluster lined with exposed cable bundles. Gravelark joined, shells striking in disciplined bursts. Hadrian drove Little Tyrant under a descending limb and fired his thermal spear into the joint as the cathedral's weight came down. The beam cut deep. Iron Jackal struck the same wound with its chain cleaver, teeth biting through demon plate. Something inside the joint screamed through 100 human mouths. The leg buckled. Marking vulnerability, Hadrian said. A chapel mouth turned toward him. He rotated his ion shield manually, every instinct screaming that he was too late. Warp fire hit. The shield caught the edge of it. Little Tyrant staggered. Warning runes filled the cockpit. Hadrian's left arm went numb in the cradle as feedback cooked nerves beneath the skin. He tasted smoke and realized it was coming from his own collar. The armiger wanted to run. Hadrian made it lunge instead, diving beneath the cathedral's belly as fire washed over the ground behind him. 2 squads of guardsmen sheltering in a crater vanished, their shadows stretched across the stone like accusations. "Hadrian," Cadron voxed, "your mark is received." The Questoris engines advanced. Malrek was first. Mercy's grave did not run with elegance. It came like a verdict. The Knight Gallant charged through the corpse smoke, ignoring incoming fire that would have scattered lesser engines. Its ion shield flared, failed, returned, failed again. Shells struck its armor and tore away heraldic plates. Lascanon beams scored its chest. The cathedral's choir shrieked at it, scrap code clawing at its throne. Malrek answered with laughter and speed. "Witness," he roared across the household net. "Witness how a Valdor knocks." Mercy's grave struck the cathedral's lower hull with its thunderstrike gauntlet. The blow was magnificent. Demon-plated armor buckled inward, embedded skulls burst, cathedral stone cracked. The gauntlet punched through the outer wall and closed around something inside that screamed in 3 languages. Malrek drove deeper, Reaper Chainsward following, cutting a red-black wound across the abomination's flank. St. Breaker and Cadron's engine fired into the exposed armor around him. Ash Warden saturated the choir stacks above with Gatling fire. Judgment Absolute began charging its volcano lance for the killing line. For one moment, the plan lived. Then the cathedral answered. Cables erupted from the wound. Not wires, not tendrils. Living conduits thick as tree trunks, sheathed in skin, tipped with hooks, plugs, teeth, and grasping metal fingers. They whipped around Mercy's grave's arms and legs. Malrek fired point blank. He tore through dozens. More came. The Knight Gallant braced, reactor roaring, trying to pull free. The cables tightened and dragged. "Cut him loose," Cadron ordered. Hadrian turned Little Tyrant toward the breach, but the cathedral's leg shifted between them, forcing him back. Gravelark fired until its autocannons clicked empty. St. Breaker burned cables with thermal blasts, but each severed strand sprayed blood and black sparks, and 2 more took its place. Mercy's grave was pulled into the wound it had made. Malrek's laughter stopped. The Vox filled with impact sounds, tearing metal, and the wet drag of cables across armor. His picked feed came through in fragments. Interior darkness, red lumen glow, walls made from brain jars, human faces stretched into membrane screens, choir engines built from stacked skulls and exposed spinal columns. Millions of brains pulsed in glass cylinders, linked by nerve wire, chanting corrupted machine prayers in Binharic and Low Gothic. Blessed is the gear that chews. Blessed is the throne that eats. Blessed is the noble made meet. Malrek's breathing changed. For the first time Hadrian had ever heard, the seneschal sounded afraid. "Inside," Malrek voxed. "It is all inside. Throne, there are mines in the walls. Millions. They are singing through the reactors. They are looking at me." Omak's voice cut in. "Seneschal, your reactor integrity is unstable. Withdraw, if possible." A wet metallic laugh came through Malrek's channel. "Withdraw?" Mercy's grave's internal feed tilted violently. Something struck the cockpit. Malrek cursed. The sound of his chain blade returned, muffled by flesh and metal. More chanting rose around him, joined by voices that sounded like dead Valdor nobles and charnel ghosts, and children fed into machines. Malrek spoke again, and the fear had gone. Only hatred remained. "Hadrian, I hear you. You wanted useful results. Learn this one. Seneschal, hold position. We can cut toward you." "No, you cannot, and I would not wait for you if you could." His reactor warning rune bloomed across the shared net. Omak understood first. "Malrek, do not overload inside the cathedral without alignment. The blast may vent outward without breaching the reactor path." "Then pray I aim well, priest." Mercy's grave's last picked feed showed its cockpit cracking open from within as living cables forced themselves through the shrine walls. One pierced Malrek's shoulder. Another went through his abdomen. A third slid into the side of his neck and pulsed, trying to drink him into the choir. He did not scream. He spat blood across his control lectern and shoved both hands deeper into the manual reactor release. "House Valdor," he said, voice thick with blood. "Record this as obedience." Then Mercy's grave detonated. The explosion blew out the cathedral's flank from within. A vast section of demon plate, stone, brain glass, cable, and night hull ruptured outward in a storm of fire and gore. The shockwave knocked Little Tyrant from its feet. Hadrian hit the inside of his cradle hard enough to crack teeth. Across the battlefield, guardsmen were flattened by the blast wind. Burning brain matter rained from the sky. Chunks of blackened armor fell like meteor strikes. The cathedral staggered, one leg cluster buckling, choir stacks screaming in sudden disharmony. Judgment Absolute fired. The volcano lance struck through the wound Malrek had opened, but not deep enough. The beam carved into the cathedral's inner structure, burning through layers of reactor shielding and demon cages, yet the core remained alive. The abomination reeled, wounded, not slain. Hadrian forced Little Tyrant upright. His vision swam. Blood ran down his face. The cathedral's flank yawned ahead of him, a torn opening large enough for an armiger to enter. Within it, red light pulsed. Machinery breathed. The choir had changed pitch, not weakened, inviting. A private transmission opened in Hadrian's helm. Malrek's command rune appeared. Impossible. The seneschal was dead. Mercy's grave was gone. Its reactor signature had vanished in fire. Yet the voice that came through the channel wore Malrek's cadence perfectly, down to the contemptuous amusement beneath every word. "Hadrian," it said. Little Tyrant froze. The wound in the cathedral widened by slow degrees, cables curling back from the edges like lips. The thing wearing Malrek's voice chuckled. "The door is open, boy. Come and learn what obedience tastes like from the inside." The wound in the cathedral did not remain open by chance. It pulsed. Hadrian saw it through Little Tyrant's cracked pict feed as a rent in the flank of a living fortress, a torn gate rimmed with burning metal, meat cable, broken stone, and fragments of Mercy's grave still glowing from reactor death. The breach breathed in slow contractions. Each inward drawer dragged smoke, ash, screams, and loose corpses toward it. Each outward sigh spilled heat, scrap code, and the copper stink of opened brains across the battlefield. Within the wound, red light flickered like a furnace seen through wet ribs. The thing wearing Malrek's voice spoke again. "Come, boy. You were always so eager to be useful." Little Tyrant growled through its reactor. Hadrian felt the armiger's hunger war with his own revulsion. The machine wanted to enter. It wanted the enclosed kill, the close press of prey, the chance to bite at the heart of the greater abomination. Its thrown ghosts pressed against Hadrian's thoughts, some urging caution, more urging violence, all of them judging the flavor of his fear. Outside, the world had become one continuous gunshot. Judgment Absolute fired from St. Orm's Fall, volcano lance and plasma decimator cycling in wrathful alternation. Each discharge turned the haze around the Dominus Castellan into blinding white. The volcano lance struck the cathedral's exposed flank and punched molten channels through demon plate. The plasma decimator followed, bathing whole regions of the abomination in starfire, boiling choir stacks, bursting brain cylinders, and turning embedded pilot skulls into glassy slag. Guard artillery joined the barrage, earthshakers and manticores hammering in layered salvos until the ground bucked like a dying beast. Skitari batteries fired in Binharic cadence, rad weapons and galvanic arcs crawling across exposed joints, while tech priests screamed litanies of denial into the noosphere. The cathedral endured. It staggered beneath the storm, but did not fall. Its legs trampled trenches and tank parks flat. Its chapel moors fired blindly, each blast erasing swathes of Mordrath and the men unlucky enough to hold them. An Imperial armored regiment vanished beneath a wash of warp fire, tanks and crews reduced to twitching black shadows that continued to salute for several heartbeats before collapsing into powder. A Skitarii cohort stood its ground under falling debris, firing until a cathedral foot came down and pressed them into the slag without slowing. Hadrian opened the armiger command channel. "Warglaves with me. Helverins remain outside. Keep the wound clear. Anything that crawls from it dies." Iron Jackal answered first. Its pilot's voice was flat, deadened by too many hours in the throne. "Inside that thing?" "Yes." "Good." No one else objected. Objection belonged to men who expected survival. Little Tyrant ran for the wound. The approach was a nightmare of scale. The cathedral's lower hull loomed above like a city fallen sideways. Cables whipped from the breach, some blind and searching, others tipped with hooks or drilling teeth. Hadrian fired his thermal spear into the thickest cluster and drove through the burning gap. A cable struck Little Tyrant's shoulder and scraped sparks from the bare replacement plate. Another wrapped around the chain cleaver arm. Hadrian fed power to the elbow actuator and wrenched free, taking a length of living conduit with him. It thrashed against the cockpit glass, veins bursting, little mouths opening along its surface to scream machine prayers. Iron Jackal entered behind him. Another warglaive followed and was caught at the threshold when the wound contracted. Its torso crushed inward with a sound like a fortress gate closing on wet parchment. The pilot screamed once as his engine was folded in half. Then the cathedral pulled the wreckage inside, and the scream became part of the choir. Hadrian did not look back. The interior closed around him. No battlefield had ever felt so small. Little Tyrant was a towering god to infantry, a hunter among tanks, a noble engine beside men. Inside the cathedral, it became a trapped animal in the throat of something larger. Its shoulders scraped walls made from fused chimera hulls, cracked shrine marble, nerve cable, and bone. The floor flexed beneath each step, sometimes metal, sometimes cartilage, sometimes compacted corpses pressed so tightly together that the armiger's feet left deep, wet impressions in faces and rib cages. Pipes ran along the ceiling like intestines. Chains hung down with hooks at their ends, and on those hooks dangled pilots, servitors, guardsmen, heretics, mutants, and nobles, whose armor had been peeled from them, but whose neural sockets still pulsed. Dead pilots whispered through the vox. Some whispered in Low Gothic, some in Binharic, some in the formal court dialect of old night houses. Their voices overlapped, pleading, accusing, inviting. They called Hadrian cousin, thief, brother, butcher, heir. They named Valdor sins he had never been taught. They named charnel dead who had been scraped from history. They named machines buried beneath mountains, children sealed in colony vaults, oath banners repainted over blood that had not yet dried. Little Tyrant's auspex flickered. Hadrian saw corridors that were not there, doors opening into Castle Valdor's crypts. Red pilgrims standing whole at the end of a passage, Jarek's voice calling for help from behind its helm, Malrek's laughter from a wall of teeth, Severian's command tone ordering him to kneel, Varro's voice, impossibly close, telling him to remember that men were not mud. Hadrian bit down until blood filled his mouth. "Omak," he voxed, "my sight is compromised." The sacristan preceptor answered through a channel wrapped in so much warding that every word came surrounded by shrieking code. "I am linked to your systems. Maintain motion. Do not accept unsolicited memory. Do not answer names spoken by the walls. Do not negotiate with architecture." Outside the cathedral, Omak stood inside the mobile Forger Shrine's data chapel, with his body nailed to 3 separate right engines. Sacristans had opened his back and connected his spinal augmetics to Hadrian's command stream. Copper needles pierced his skull. Binharic purity chains hung from his wrists. Servo skulls orbited him with sensor burners and static blades, cutting hostile code from the air before it could enter his flesh. The cathedral pressed against him through the link, vast and intimate, trying to rewrite the machine portions of his soul. Black oil bled from his augmetic eye sockets. It ran down his cheeks in thin lines and dripped from his jaw grill onto the prayer metal floor. A junior tech adept reached to wipe it away. Omak seized the adept's wrist with a mechadendrite hard enough to crack bone. "Do not interrupt leakage. Contaminant exits by pressure. Pain is acceptable. Continue the rite." His left hand began moving without his permission, fingers twitching in the sign language of house charnel maintenance cant. He cut 2 of the fingers off with a utility blade and sealed the stumps with heat. "Here tech over rite denied," he rasped. "Flesh inconvenience accepted." Inside the cathedral, Hadrian pushed onward. The corridor narrowed until Little Tyrant had to turn sideways. Its pauldron scraped through a wall of fused tank armor, tearing open a pocket of trapped air that exhaled with a human sigh. Behind the wall were bodies, tank crews, still seated, still strapped in. Their vehicle had been swallowed whole and built into the corridor. Their skulls turned as Little Tyrant passed, eye sockets glowing with red lumen points. One spoke through the vox in Malrek's voice. "Too late, boy." Hadrian crushed the wall with Little Tyrant's shoulder and kept moving. The stolen throne vault lay beyond a gate made from interlocked knight fingers. Iron Jackal reached it first and struck the gate with its chain cleaver. The weapon bit, sparked, and jammed. The fingers twitched. The gate opened inward by itself, peeling apart with obscene grace. Red light spilled over the armigers. Hadrian entered a chamber larger than any space that should have fit inside the cathedral's body. It had once been sacred. He knew it before the ghost told him. The chamber retained the shape of an ancient throne vault. Pillars stood in ranks, though many had been made from fused spinal columns and machine braces. At the chamber's center rose a dais of cracked black stone. Around it, thrones mechanicum had been arranged in a circle, some intact, others broken, all wired into demon engines and choir stacks. Noble helms hung above them like execution trophies. Banners, old and rotted, clung to the walls beneath layers of grease and skin. Beneath the filth, Hadrian saw the sigil of House Charnel, not the corrupted mark worn by Caradox engines, the old sigil, a crowned lantern held above a closed gate. The sight struck Little Tyrant's ghosts like a hammer. The armiger faltered. Hadrian felt ancestral panic turn to rage, rage turned to denial, denial turned to something like shame. These were not enemy lies fabricated in the warp. This was architecture. This was relic. This was a grave that had been hidden under Valdor history until hatred grew teeth. The thrones spoke. They did not scream. They did not beg. They addressed him as court. "Hadrian Valdor," said the first. "Hadrian of the stolen line," said the second. "Hadrian young butcher," said the third. The voices were ancient, refined, and ruined by centuries of demon feeding. Each throne held a ghost, not whole souls perhaps, not men as they had been, but enough memory, enough grievance, enough truth sharpened into infection. "You know now," they said together. "Your honor is a painted door over a mass grave." Hadrian aimed his thermal spear at the nearest throne. His hands trembled. "You are corrupted." "Yes," said the first throne, "and honest." "Your house murders and calls it oath," said another. "As does yours," Hadrian replied. "Our house remembers what it is." Images struck him. A mountain fortress during the age of strife, famine winds, reactor vaults failing, House Charnel workers carrying fuel rods beneath lash and prayer, Valdor nobles at sealed gates, a decision made in cold calculation, collapsed charges set in lower passage shrines, thousands below, allies, serfs, scions, throne keepers, sealed beneath stone to preserve the upper vaults and the engines that became House Valdor's inheritance. Men pounding on doors until the air failed, children pressed against armor glass, charnel nobles dying in their thrones, promising remembrance into machines that no one came to recover. Hadrian saw Valdor hands repainting armor. He saw old banners burned. He saw the first lie become tradition. The thrones offered him more. Truth, they said. Power, they said. Freedom from Severian. Freedom from the old butcher king and his dead judges. Freedom from pretending mercy mattered when every throne was built on murder. Take both bloodlines. Command the brotherhood denied by betrayal. Bring Valdor and Charnel together in one honest tyranny. No false oaths. No hidden graves. No kneeling to Terra's corpse. No red priests deciding which machine soul deserved to live. Only iron. Only memory. Only war without apology. Hadrian felt the temptation like heat through an open cockpit. It was not chaos that tempted him first. Not demons. Not mutation. Not the ugly promises of the warp. It was the relief of honesty. To stop pretending House Valdor was noble. To stop pretending the Imperium was anything but a grinder that fed on worlds and called the sound hymn. To stop pretending the dead beneath his feet were mistakes rather than foundation. Little Tyrant waited. Omic's voice came thin and distant. Hadrian, neural activity spiking. Reject contact. Hadrian looked at the throne circle. I do not deny it, he said. The whispers paused. My house is built on murder. Its oaths are written over buried throats. Its honor is a weapon polished until fools mistake reflection for light. The throne's mechanicum leaned toward him without moving. Hadrian smiled inside his helm, and there was no kindness in it. But if history is blood, then I will write the next page in yours. He fired. The thermal spear struck the nearest throne and turned its ghost shrine into white fire. The scream that followed was not human, not machine, but something trapped between extinction and remembrance. Iron Jackal opened fire beside him. Chain cleavers bit into the circle. Little Tyrant charged. Through the dais, crushing ancient memory under adamantium feet. The corrupted thrones howled. Demon-fed advisory spirits burst from their sockets as red light and skeletal faces. One wrapped itself around Hadrian's cockpit glass, wearing Jarek's expression. He drove the chain cleaver through it and into the throne behind. You were offered truth, the remaining thrones cried. Hadrian fired again. Truth is not command. Outside, the cathedral shook beneath the full fury of the Imperium. Judgment Absolute fired until its heat sinks glowed and its sacristans wept oil from exhaustion. Guard artillery crews loaded by hand when auto-rammers failed, pushing shells into breaches with torn palms, while commissars shouted that every gun was now an altar. Skitari maniples advanced into lethal rad haze to place charges against exposed leg joints, chanting Binharik until cathedral cables pulled them apart. Ashwarden's Gatling barrels finally warped and locked, so its pilot used missile pods and heavy stubbers until even those ran dry. St. Breaker burned holes in the lower hull wherever Hadrian's signal marked internal damage. And from the east, through a storm of falling stone and plasma rain, Oath of Iron rose. It should not have. Its right knee was a ruin of braces, external pistons, and battlefield-welded supports. Its armor hung open in places where Omac's emergency rites had not finished sealing the wounds. Cables ran from its cockpit shrine into Severian's flesh, and from Severian's flesh into the machine. Too many, too deep, too permanent. He had not been reconnected to the throne. He had been built into it. His voice entered the household net as a chorus. Severian spoke, but behind him spoke Alaric, Tamir, Ver, and 100 others, dead nobles layered beneath his words, until the High King sounded less like a man than a lineage given weapons. Oath of Iron stands. Every Valdor engine answered, even those whose pilots feared him. Remembered in iron. Red Benediction came to meet him beneath the cathedral's shadow. Caradox Desecrator strode through burning ruins, its corrupted blade low, its laser destructor cracked but functional. The two giants faced one another while the greater abomination towered above them, firing upon armies and being torn open from within. You rise on stolen bones, Caradoc said. Severian's answer came in many voices. I rise. You hear the truth now. You know what your house buried. I know enough. Then confess. Oath of Iron lifted its broken battle cannon. Confession is for men seeking forgiveness. Caradoc laughed bitterly. And you seek nothing? I seek your death. Hypocrite! Severian fired. The shell struck Red Benediction's shield and hurled the corrupted knight backward through a line of broken statues. Oath of Iron advanced with its ruined limp, every step agony, every movement a blasphemy of repair and will. Hypocrisy is irrelevant if the enemy dies. The duel began again beneath the walking cathedral, blade against blade, lie against grievance, old sin against old sin. Inside the abomination, Hadrian's path opened. The destruction of the charnel throne vault sent a convulsion through the lower decks. Walls split, choir cables snapped. A flood of black oil and blood rushed past little tyrant's ankles, carrying teeth, data wafers, finger bones, and fragments of noble helms. Ahead, a passage dilated open, not built, but grown. Red light pulsed at its far end with the rhythm of a heart. Omic's voice returned, ragged with pain. Core path exposed. Proceed if able. Reactor warding ahead. Demon signature extreme. Hadrian moved. The corridor descended through heat and screaming. Iron Jackal was gone, lost somewhere behind him, its rune dark. Little Tyrant walked alone now, armor scored, shield unstable, thermal spear cycling on emergency charge. The walls whispered less as he neared the center. Even the cathedral seemed to hold its breath. He entered the heart chamber. The demon reactor hung in chains. It filled the vast space like a captive star made from meat, brass, flame, and hatred. Chains as thick as transit tunnels pierced its body and anchored it to reactor pylons made from titan bone. Around it rotated a crown of night pilot skulls, each one wired through the eye sockets, each jaw chattering fragments of old oaths. The demon inside. The reactor had no fixed shape. It was a face, then a furnace, then a many-limbed thing pressing against the skin of reality. Its eyes opened across its body one by one, all of them turning toward Little Tyrant. Hadrian raised his weapon. The demon smiled through every skull in its crown. When it spoke, it used his own voice first, then Severian's, then Caradoc's, then Malrek's. At last, it spoke as itself, a sound like a cathedral full of children burning behind locked doors. Hadrian Valdor, it said. The chains tightened. The reactor pulsed. The pilot skulls began to laugh. We have been waiting for the honest one. The demon wore Hadrian's voice first because it understood inheritance. It did not roar. It did not snarl like the beasts in chapel sermons or laugh like the painted horrors in ministorum warning texts. Those things were made for frightened peasants and children who still believed evil had the decency to look unlike them. The thing chained within the heart of the Cathedral of Teeth spoke softly, and it spoke in tones Hadrian knew too well. His own voice, Severian's command, Caradoc's courtly grace, Malrek's contempt, Jarek's last plea. The dead of both houses braided together and passed through the reactor demon as if they were pipes feeding a single furnace. Little Tyrant stood before it, small in the heart chamber, despite being a war machine that could trample tanks flat. The armiger's armor bled oil from a dozen wounds. Its ion shield flickered weakly, stuttering as scrap code gnawed at the emitter spirits. Its thermal spear hung half-raised. Its chain cleaver dripped black matter from the corrupted throne vault behind it. The cockpit shook with the cathedral's heartbeat, each pulse slamming through Hadrian's ribs as if the whole abomination were trying to teach his flesh a new rhythm. The demon reactor hung within its chains, vast and obscene. It was flame and meat and brass and thought. It was a furnace with eyes, a corpse with starlight in its wounds, a noble court assembled from skulls and hunger. Around it turned the crown of night pilot skulls, their jaws clattering in formal cadence. Some bore Valdor neural socket patterns. Some bore charnel. Some were so old, the bone had become black glass around the implants. "Hadrian Valdor," it said again, now in a voice that made the walls bleed. "You have killed the lie and still serve it. Beautiful, wasteful, almost noble." Hadrian's hands tightened in the command cradle. "I am not here to be judged by a chained thing. All pilots are chained things." The skulls laughed. The sound came from every direction. "You sit inside iron. You call obedience honor. You call butchery duty. You call terror order. Why pretend disgust? You are closer to us than to the men dying under your feet." Hadrian tried to fire. Little Tyrant's thermal spear would not obey. The targeting rune flickered, turned black, then unfolded into a heraldic sigil he did not know but understood anyway. Valdor's gauntlet, Charnel's lantern, two old marks, bleeding into one. The demon leaned within its chains. The links groaned. Each one was engraved with dark mechanicum warding and packed with screaming faces where metal should have been smooth. "Command them," it whispered. "All of them, loyal and fallen, Valdor and Charnel. No more divided oaths, no more petty feudal lies, no more dead kings gnawing at living boys from inside antique thrones, no more red priests deciding which memory is pure enough to preserve. One brotherhood, one war, one throne." The chamber changed around him. Hadrian saw it, not as hallucination, not entirely. The demon showed him an empire of colossal war machines marching beneath a single will. House Valdor's black and red engines beside House Charnel's brass and bone giants. Armigers in hunting packs without rivalry. Questoris lances advancing without courtly hesitation. Dominus engines firing under one command, not delayed by rank, insult, oath challenge, or the brittle theatre of noble pride. Mordrath kneeling, then systems, then crusade fronts. All the waste burned away. No munitorum delay, no administratum rot. No generals begging for time while worlds starved behind ledgers. No lords arguing heraldry while armies died in the west. One command, one machine mind, one will-made war. It was monstrous. It was efficient. That was why Hadrian nearly accepted. He did not love chaos. He did not crave horns, mutations, or the laughter of warp things. He had seen what the dark mechanicum did with bodies. He had walked through corridors made of nerve and bone. He had heard stolen thrones sing lies made from truth. But the demon did not offer him madness first. It offered him an answer to the Imperium's most sacred incompetence. How many billions had been wasted because orders arrived late? How many regiments had died because a noble would not turn from a duel? How many worlds burned because priests argued purity while factories failed? The Imperium was an engine that consumed mankind, but it did so stupidly, with parchment, pride, and ritual clogging its gears. The demon offered the same cruelty without hesitation, the same slaughter without disguise, the same obedience without argument. Hadrian's mouth opened. The first word was almost yes. Then Omek dealt hurt him. Pain detonated through Little Tyrant's throne like a lance strike through the skull. Hadrian screamed so hard his throat tore. His vision turned white, then red, then a cascade of Binharic sigils burning backward across his sight. Omek flooded the cockpit with pain signal, exorcism cant, kill data, ancestral rejection codes, and raw machine spite. It was not gentle intervention. It was not rescue. It was a priest driving nails through the soul of a pilot because the alternative was possession. Outside, in the Forge Shrine data chapel, Omak convulsed in his restraint frame. Black oil poured from his augmetic seams. His remaining fingers moved in shapes that did not belong to Mars, and servo skulls cut them with tiny blades until they stopped. Scrap code crawled under his skin in raised black lines. The cathedral tried to overwrite him, tried to turn his logic engines into prayer wheels for the demon. Omak bit through his own tongue and spat blood into his grill. "Reject," he rasped. Reject, reject. The pilot is claimed, the engine is claimed, the throne will not share. Little tyrant snarled awake. Not pure, never pure. Its machine spirit was not a saintly guardian from a chapel tale. It was proud, possessive, violent, and jealous. Hadrian felt it rise around him like a chained hound breaking its leash. The demon had offered to make him king of united engines. Little tyrant heard only theft. The armiger did not care about salvation. It did not care about the Imperium. It cared that Hadrian was its pilot, its meat, its accepted nerve thing, and no warp creature would sit in its command cradle while its reactor still burned. The thermal spear came alive. Hadrian fired. The beam missed the demon reactor and struck the support choir beneath it. Heretic adepts, hidden among the pylons, burst into flame. Brain cylinders shattered. The first row of wired skulls exploded into grey steam and glass. The demon recoiled, not wounded deeply, but offended. "Little hound," it said. Hadrian laughed through blood. "Yes." He drove Little Tyrant forward. The reactor priests came at him from the sides of the chamber, robed in flayed skin and red metal, their limbs replaced by ritual tools, saws, injectors, cable lashes, and plasma brands. They moved with the jerking grace of puppets, controlled by something vast. Some had no heads, only bundles of vox horns. Others had faces split open and filled with cog teeth. Behind them, more support choir brains pulsed in glass stacks, chanting corrupted machine prayers that tried to turn Little Tyrant's controls soft beneath Hadrian's hands. He crushed the first priests underfoot. Their bodies burst into sparks, teeth, blood, copper wire, and grey matter. It sprayed across the cockpit glass through an external breach and smeared the pict feed with wet static. Hadrian swung the chain cleaver through a choir column and pulped the brains inside into a slurry of meat and sacred coolant. The cleaver teeth jammed on skull fragments. Little Tyrant forced them through anyway. Another heretic vaulted onto the armiger's chest and drove a scrap code spike toward the cockpit. Hadrian slammed Little Tyrant shoulder first into a reactor pylon, crushing the priest between adamantium and black iron until the thing became a flattened stain of brass bones and ruptured organs. The demon screamed through the pilot's skull crown. Hadrian fired again, then again. He did not aim for purity seals, reactor locks, or theoretical weak points. He aimed for anything that chanted, anything that connected, anything that looked like a mind serving the god machine. His armiger became a butcher inside the cathedral's heart, reducing priesthood, choir, and support logic to twitching ruin. Outside, Severian and Caradoc fought beneath the abomination's shadow for the last time. Oath of Iron moved like a dying monarch refusing the bed. Its ruined knee had been braced with emergency pistons and field-welded armor spars. Every step broke something inside it. Every movement drove Severian deeper into the throne that was no longer merely pierced into him, but built around him. His voice carried through the household net as a chorus of dead Valdor kings and his own pain. Red Benediction was faster, cleaner, less wounded. Caradoc's desecrator circled the paladin through fire and falling cathedral stone, corrupted blade flickering with warp heat. They traded blows among the cathedral's legs, while guard artillery and Skitari batteries bombarded the abomination around them. Each missed strike killed hundreds. Each shield flare threw burning men from trenches. Neither engine turned aside. "You are finished," Caradoc said. "Your house has heard the truth. The truth has not saved you. It has condemned you." Severian's chorus voice rumbled. "Condemnation is meaningless unless enforced." Red Benediction struck. Its blade took Oath of Iron's chainsword arm at the elbow, cutting through damaged armor, actuator bundles, and sacred cable. The Reaper chainsword fell, still snarling, and crushed a line of fleeing cultists beneath its weight. Oath of Iron staggered. Severian's scream came through as static and ancestral fury. Caradoc stepped close for the killing blow. Severian used the broken body of his knight as a weapon. Oath of Iron lunged sideways, not with grace, not with balance, but with the full falling mass of a crippled engine. It drove into Red Benediction and slammed both knights against one of the cathedral's fused leg clusters. Severian fired his damaged battle cannon at point-blank range, not into Caradoc's cockpit, but into the ground behind him, collapsing the footing. Red Benediction's leg sank into molten rubble. Oath of Iron pinned it there with its remaining arm and its ruined knee, locking the fallen desecrator against the greater abomination's limb. Caradoc understood. "No," he said. Severian opened the household command channel. His voice was barely human now. "Cadron, fire." Baron Cadron stood within the command shrine of Judgment Absolute, because the Castellan's previous pilot had died from neural backlash minutes earlier, cooked in his throne by the cathedral's song. The transfer had been crude, almost suicidal, but Cadron had accepted the Dominus engine's firing authority through emergency blood right. Its machine spirit despised haste. It despised him. He felt it testing the bones of his mind with each breath. The targeting solution appeared before him. Oath of Iron and Red Benediction were locked together. Caradoc's engine pinned, Severian's engine in the line of fire. Cadron whispered, "My king." Severian answered, "I did not ask for grief. I gave an order." Cadron aligned the volcano lance. Judgment Absolute fired. The beam crossed the battlefield as a star made narrow. It struck Red Benediction through Oath of Iron. For one instant, both knights became transparent silhouettes in the brilliance. Caradoc's desecrator vanished from the center outward. Armor, cockpit, pilot, demon bindings, grievance, and old courtly hatred annihilated in the lance beam. Oath of Iron's left side was torn apart with it. The paladin's torso opened. Its banners burned. Its cockpit shrine became a white furnace. Severian's scream joined his ancestors until there was no difference between king, machine, and lineage. Then the beam passed through and struck the cathedral's leg, blowing it apart in a storm of molten titan bone and night hull fragments. Red Benediction was gone. Half of Oath of Iron remained upright for 3 heartbeats, still pinning empty air. Then it fell again. This time, House Valdor did not hear the throne scream. It heard only silence. Inside the cathedral, the demon reactor convulsed. Hadrian's destruction of the support choir and Cadron's lance strike reached the heart at the same moment. The chained entity swelled against its bindings. Its crown of pilot skulls spun faster, jaws cracking, teeth flying loose. The reactor pylons split. Warp fire leaked through the chamber walls. Little Tyrant staggered as gravity twisted. The demon looked at Hadrian with every eye it possessed. "Obedience," it whispered, "has a price." The reactor began to die. Omic's voice tore through the channel. "Core destabilization. Catastrophic release imminent. Yield exceeds hive continent tolerance. Evacuation required." Varro received the warning and looked at the population projection. Billions remained within the blast zone. Not millions, not formations. Billions. Workers in hive stacks. Refugees in underways. Prisoners in rebel pens. Loyalists, traitors, starving families, press gangs, hidden cults, wounded soldiers, and the countless nameless mass that made a Forge world function. There were no transports for them, no time, no corridor large enough, no mercy broad enough to carry that many bodies away from the demon reactor's death. "Evacuate priority assets," Varro ordered, because command required speech, even when speech was useless. "Manufacturum control cores, munition archives, surviving artillery, medici if mobile, all units fall back from the projected thermal line." His officer stared at him. "My lord, the civilian concentrations..." Varro did not look at him. "I know." Hadrian emerged from the cathedral's wound as the abomination began to fold inward. Little Tyrant hit the ground hard, armor smoking, one leg dragging, cockpit alarms screaming. Behind him, the cathedral's heart chamber burned like a sun trapped under skin. He opened the command net and heard Varro issuing evacuation orders that could save thousands, perhaps hundreds of thousands, from a doom measured in billions. Hadrian looked at the old manufactorum underways beneath Hive Carthax. Ancient heat sinks, transit vaults, slag channels, substructure caverns designed to carry thermal surges away from the forge heart. Enough space for masses, enough stone and human density to absorb part of the blast. Not enough to save those sent there, enough to save the manufactorums above from total destruction. He understood the answer before he allowed himself to think it. "Lord General," Hadrian said. Varro's reply came sharp. "Not now. The underways beneath Carthax can contain part of the release." Omak answered first. "Confirmed. Ancient thermal baffles and worker vault systems. If sealed and filled with mass, they may absorb the blast front." Varro went still. "Mass." No one spoke. Hadrian did. "Civilians, prisoners, non-essential labor blocks. Herd them below. Seal the upper gates. The bodies and infrastructure will take the heat." Varro's voice became quiet. "That is murder." Hadrian looked through Little Tyrant's cracked glass at the horizon, where the cathedral burned and the forges of Mordrath stood behind curtains of ash. "No," he said, "it is saving the tithe." The words entered the command net and became heavier than any oath. Varro hated him then. Hadrian heard it in the silence. Perhaps he had earned it. Perhaps he had merely become understandable. Omak spoke with the mercy of a machine ledger. "Assessment valid. Probability of manufactorum survival increases if underways are sealed with high biological density. Labor replacement possible across future tithe cycles. Forge infrastructure irreplaceable under current campaign conditions." Cadron's voice came from judgment absolute, hollow with whatever it had cost him to fire through his king. "We approve?" No one wanted to be the first to say yes. The Imperium said it for them. Varro's command slate chimed as higher authority processed the proposal. Munitorum survival calculus, Mechanicus infrastructure valuation, Administratum tithe preservation, ecclesiarchal absolution pending but implied. The decision came back clean and sealed. Approved. Varro closed his eyes for one breath. Then he opened them. "All guard units near Carthax. Drive civilian masses into the underways. Use force. Seal gates after saturation. Any who attempt to emerge are to be shot. Night elements will crush alternate exits. This is a lawful order under extremist compliance authority." His officers obeyed, because obedience was the only thing left. The herding began under a sky of burning ash. Guardsmen drove civilians into the ancient underways at gunpoint. Workers, wounded, starving families, rebel prisoners, loyal shrine mobs, broken militia, children clutching ration tins, old men with furnace tattoos, all pressed into the descending tunnels while the cathedral's deathlight grew behind them. Some went praying, some went screaming, some fought and were shot. Heavy stubbers were set at tunnel mouths and fired into crowds until movement became direction. Priests promised salvation and were trampled. Commissars shot deserters until they ran out of ammunition and used swords. The knights sealed the exits. Ash wardens stood before a transit arch and fired into a mob trying to break back out, turning the front ranks into pulp and forcing the rest downward. St. Breaker melted a bridge leading away from the underways, while men still crossed it. Judgment Absolute crushed 3 secondary gates with its feet, each impact sealing thousands beneath rockcrete. Little Tyrant guarded a service ramp where civilians had jammed the doors with bodies in desperate effort to keep them open. Hadrian looked at them. They looked back. He brought the chain cleaver down and collapsed the ramp. The blast came soon after. The Cathedral of Teeth folded around its dying heart, then opened from within. Light consumed Hive Carthax's lower districts. The underways took the first pressure wave. Stone melted. Iron ran. The billions beneath the surface became heat, steam, ash, and silence in layered caverns meant to carry industry's waste, now carrying the last usefulness of human flesh. The blast battered the manufactorum foundations, cracked them, scorched them, but did not wholly break them. Above ground, entire districts peeled away, towers bent, choir stacks vaporized, the cathedral's body disintegrated in vast sections, scattering night hulls, titan bone, demon fire, and cooked human matter across the continent. Mordrath survived. That was the word the reports would use. Survived. When the light faded, House Valdor stood amid the ash. Red Benediction was gone. The Cathedral of Teeth was a collapsing mountain of burning meat metal. Oath of Iron lay broken in the distance, silent. Mercy's grave was dead inside the wound it had made. The guard lines still existed, though every survivor looked years older. The manufactorum smoked, wounded but intact. Beneath them, the underways had become a cooked tomb beyond counting. For a long time, no one spoke. Then the ground below the knights began to vibrate. Not from engines, from Mordrath, from pressure shifting through sealed caverns, from superheated air escaping through cracks, from the last trapped voices boiling upward through kilometers of stone and iron. The world screamed beneath their feet. Hadrian stood inside Little Tyrant, victorious, and listened until the sound became indistinguishable from the praise of his throne. Mordrath Secundus lived because the Imperium had not permitted it to die. That was what the first official proclamation said. The words were nailed to broken shrine doors, welded to manufactorum gates, broadcast through damaged vox towers, painted on the sides of ration haulers, stamped into the new work collars, locked around the throats of survivors. They echoed through the capital ruins, from dawn bell to labor curfew, spoken by servo skull, priest, commissar, and automated tannoy, until the syllables lost all meaning and became another part of the planet's machinery. Mordrath endured. Mordrath obeyed. Mordrath was useful. The rebellion was broken. Its armies had been scattered, incinerated, crushed beneath night tread, or driven into the lower ash wastes where Skitari hunter cohorts and penal hound packs finished them by night. House Charnel was destroyed as a fighting force. Its war dogs lay in gutted heaps across the red kilometers, stripped of usable parts by sacristans and burned afterward by priests who distrusted even dead metal. Red Benediction was gone, annihilated in the beam that had also torn Oath of Iron apart. The Cathedral of Teeth had collapsed into a blackened mountain of demon plate, dead choir stacks, titan bone, fused night hulls, and cooked human matter. Its remains still twitched when lightning struck them. The Mechanicus declared those movements residual blasphemous current and ordered continuous bombardment until the wreck learned stillness. Magos Heretic Vox. 9 was found 3 days after the cathedral's fall, or something, claiming that designation was found. He had hidden in a sub-manufactorum shrine, surrounded by harvested spinal columns and prayer engines made from children's skulls. His body had been reduced to a suspended torso beneath a crown of tools, his organs floating in separate jars, linked by copper wire. When Skitari breached the chamber, he greeted them with corrupted Binharik and asked whether the cathedral had learned to kneel. Omak Delt personally oversaw his dismantling. Piece by piece, rite by rite, circuit by circuit, the heretic was unmade while still able to understand the process. The last sound he made was not a scream, but a burst of machine code that caused 3 servitors to kneel and claw out their own optical lenses. Omak burned the servitors afterward. He did not burn everything. The manufactorums restarted under guard. Their chimneys resumed vomiting black smoke into a sky already choked with it. Press lines turned. Shell casings rolled from sacred machines, still warm from nearby mass death. Plasma cells were inspected, blessed, numbered, and packed into armored trains. Last charge blocks moved down conveyor belts, watched by commissars and tech adepts. The workers who remained did not sing. Their old work hymns had been corrupted by charnel, and the new ones had not yet been beaten into them deeply enough to come naturally. They labored in chains. Some wore iron collars stamped with the aquila. Some wore Mechanicus restraint plugs at the base of the skull. Some were overseen by guard veterans too tired to hate them and too disciplined to pity them. Many had lost families in the sealed underways. Many had helped drive others into those same depths at gunpoint in exchange for the chance to survive above. The Imperium did not ask them what they had done. It asked how many shells they could make before the next tithe audit. Beneath Hive Carthax, the underways remained sealed. No one opened them. Not the guard, not the Mechanicus, not the priests with their censers and burial promises, not the administratum factors with their body estimates. Sometimes, when the furnaces changed pressure, the old transit vents exhaled steam that smelled of fat, rust, and burned hair. Men working near those vents crossed themselves or made the cog sign, depending on which terror owned their souls. The official designation for the dead below was thermal absorption mass. It took less ink than writing billions. The scribes liked less ink. In the provisional administratum hall, where the roof still leaked ash through shell holes, ranks of parchment men converted apocalypse into acceptable columns. Civilian losses became demographic reduction. Regiment annihilation became force expenditure. Underway saturation became emergency containment. Night losses became noble sacrifice. The destruction of 3 districts to preserve one manufacturum chain became efficient asset prioritization. The fall of Oath of Iron became temporary command displacement. Every horror found a smaller name. Every smaller name found a ledger. Every ledger found a seal. Once sealed, the dead became history. Once filed, history became silence. Lord General Hest Varro watched the scribes work for an hour before he left the hall. He had come to confirm casualty schedules. He stayed because he could not stop watching the greatest massacre of his career become handwriting. One clerk, an old man with ink stains on every finger, paused only once when entering the estimated dead beneath Hive Carthax. His quill hovered above the parchment. His mouth tightened. Then he rounded the figure downward, because precision at that scale served no administrative purpose. Varro almost killed him for it. He did not. The war had already taught him the difference between rage and utility. Oath of Iron was recovered from the cathedral district in pieces. The paladin's surviving torso was dragged to the forge shrine by 6 recovery crawlers, 2 super-heavy tractors, and a chain gang of servitors that burned out their leg pistons by the 100. Its left side was gone. Its battle cannon was fused along half its length. Its Reaper chainsword arm had been severed and never recovered intact. The damaged knee, the wound Caradoc had known too well, remained open despite every attempt at sanctification. It leaked oil and red coolant, as if the engine had learned to bleed in mourning. Severian was still inside, or most of him was. The cockpit shrine had become impossible to classify under any clean doctrine of flesh or machine. The High King's body remained seated in the throne, but the emergency hard interface had gone too deep. Nerve cable had grown through him under pressure. His spine had fused to the command cradle. His heartbeats were irregular, sometimes human, sometimes synchronized to the paladin's failing reactor pulse. His mouth moved when the throne whispered. His eyes opened only when someone spoke a matter of honor within hearing of the machine. Omak examined him for a full night. At dawn, he delivered judgment to the household. High King Severian Valdor persists. Flesh sovereignty is compromised. Throne integration is irreversible under current sacred capacity. He cannot be extracted without terminating both pilot and significant ancestral imprint. Oath of Iron's machine spirit retains his pattern. He is not dead. Cadron stood beneath the suspended wreck and looked into the broken cockpit. Is he alive? Omak's lenses clicked. That is a theological question disguised as a medical one. Inside the throne, Severian's lips moved. Hadrian heard the whisper from the gantry below. Weak question. The voice was Severian's, but not only Severian's. It carried the dry contempt of Alaric, the cold precision of Vere, the iron growl of dead barons whose names Hadrian knew from chapel rolls. Severian had become what every knight pilot feared and desired, an ancestor before death, a judge without a grave, a living ghost entombed within iron, able to condemn future pilots while never again walking as a man. The household declared it a miracle. Varro called it a warning, but only when alone. Hadrian's elevation took place before St. Breaker. The knight-errant stood in the central repair nave, armor stripped, cleansed, repainted, and scarred by fresh inscriptions. Its corruption had been burned from its throne sockets with plasma cautery, sanctified acid, and 7 days of binharic exorcism. Its former pilot was dead. Its machine spirit remained violent, suspicious, and ashamed in the manner of damaged engines. The empty cockpit waited above Hadrian like an open mouth. He had thought he would feel triumph. Instead, he felt little tyrant behind him. The armiger stood in its cradle, patched and brutal, its bare left shoulder now painted with a fresh kill mark from the cathedral's heart. It had accepted him. It had protected him from the demon, not because it loved him, but because it would not share what it had claimed. Now he was leaving it for a greater throne. Armigers were for young nobles, lesser scions, outriders, hunters. Questoris engines were for true lords. That was what House Valdor taught. Yet Hadrian knew the lie beneath the teaching. No throne was promotion. Every throne was a deeper grave. Cadron placed the oath key in Hadrian's palm. St. Breaker woke once with Caradoc's voice, the Baron said. Now it will wake with yours. See that it regrets neither. Hadrian looked up at the errant's helm. Does the house trust it? No. Does the house trust me? Cadron's smile was thin and tired. No. Then why grant it? Because mistrust has never prevented the Imperium from using a weapon. The rite began. Priests chanted. Sacristans answered. Servo skulls drifted with censers swinging beneath them. Oath scribes recorded each word as if ink could restrain fate. Hadrian climbed the scaffold, while nobles watched from below, and guard officers stood farther back, present because the campaign required unity, and silent because honesty had no place in ceremony. The cockpit shrine of St. Breaker opened. Heat breathed from within. The throne hooks waited. Before he entered, Varro approached. The Lord General wore a clean coat over armor still dented from the campaign. His face had lost weight. His eyes had lost anything that might have once been forgiveness. No guard stopped him. Perhaps they should have. Lord Scion, Varro said. Lord Hadrian, after the rite. Then I will speak while some part of you is still outside the coffin. Hadrian turned from the scaffold. Varro looked past him at St. Breaker. Your house will say it saved Mordrath. It did. No, you conquered its corpse. Hadrian did not answer immediately. Behind him, the knight's throne whispered without words. It wanted his anger. It wanted him to dismiss the mortal as insolent parchment rank. Instead, Hadrian looked toward the manufactorum skyline, where smoke rose in disciplined columns and chained workers moved beneath gun towers. Corpses can still serve the emperor if rendered properly, he said. Varro's mouth tightened as if struck. That is what they have made of you. Hadrian held his gaze. That is what survived. For a moment, the two men stood amid incense and engine heat, divided by rank, scale, blood, and the dead beneath the world. Varro seemed about to say more. Perhaps a curse, perhaps a warning, perhaps the name of one of the regiments Hadrian had saved and crushed in equal measure. In the end, the general saluted. Not Hadrian, the engine, because protocol demanded it. Hadrian returned nothing and climbed into St. Breaker. Omacdelt watched the rite from the shadows beneath the gantry. Within a sealed compartment inside his chest, beneath layers of false diagnostics and devotional code, he carried fragments of House Charnel's records. Not all. Not enough to resurrect the dead truth entire, but enough. A throne cipher, a picked ghost of the lower colony, a maintenance cant predating Valdor's official histories, a list of engine names painted over and renamed, a single preserved voice, damaged but intelligible, speaking through static as stone doors sealed. We held the lower vaults. Tell them we held. Omek had been ordered to burn all such remnants. He had burned copies. The originals remained within him. History was dangerous. He had no sentimental delusions about that. History had armed Caradoc. History had fed the cathedral. History had nearly opened Hadrian's soul to a demon that wore truth like a crown. But ignorance had done worse. Ignorance had let the buried hate grow undetected under a loyal world until it rose on stolen titan bones and night legs. Ignorance was not purity. It was deferred detonation. Omek sealed the compartment with a prayer to the Omnissiah and a curse for every noble who believed memory belonged to blood alone. Saint Breaker accepted Hadrian after making him suffer. The throne hooks entered his spine one by one. Each socket became a star of pain. The machine spirit moved through him like a suspicious predator circling new meat. It tasted Little Tyrant's imprint. It tasted the cathedral's ash. It tasted the demon's offer and Hadrian's refusal. It tasted the lie of Valdor honor and the choice to continue serving it anyway. The ancestral ghosts within the throne were quieter than Little Tyrant's had been, but deeper, older, less eager to praise, more eager to possess. Hadrian did not master them. He endured their first judgment. When St. Breaker's eyes lit, the nave bowed. The final parade passed through Hive Carthax, beneath a sky-stained copper by furnace smoke. House Valdor's surviving engines marched along the processional of compliance, a boulevard cleared by penal crews and corpse haulers. It had taken 2 days to scrape enough human paste from the stone for the knights to pass without slipping. The corpse crews worked with hooked blades, steam hoses, shovels, and industrial suction rigs. They collected loyal dead, rebel dead, civilian dead, and unidentifiable matter into the same black carts. The carts went to rendering, burial, or fuel reclamation, depending on contamination grade and administrative need. The banners had been repaired. That mattered to the nobles. Oath streamers hung from Ash Warden's carapace, new parchment stitched beside old. Judgment Absolute bore fresh kill markings for the cathedral strike and the death of Red Benediction, though Cadron had ordered Severian's sacrifice marked beside the enemy kill rather than beneath it. Gravelark and Bitter Omen strode with barrels replaced and armor repainted. Little Tyrant walked in the armiger line without Hadrian, piloted now by another young scion whose fear could be smelled even through the Vox. St. Breaker marched near the centre, its thermal cannon lowered, its heraldry newly inscribed with Hadrian's name. Behind them, guard regiments stood in formation. They saluted because they had been ordered to. Some did so with pride, some with dead eyes, some because commissars watched. Survivors of the Western Pocket saluted Hadrian's new engine as it passed, and many of them knew exactly what his plan had done to the civilians under Carthax. Gratitude and hatred lived in their faces together. Hadrian saw them through St. Breaker's optics and understood that both were deserved. Priests walked before the knights, chanting thanks to the Emperor on Terra, master of mankind, lord of the Golden Throne, whose servants had restored a world to obedience. Tech priests walked beside them, casting incense and machine blessings, praising the Omnissiah for engines preserved, engines martyred, engines reclaimed from scrap code, and engines whose ghosts had not been wholly devoured. The rites overlapped, Imperial creed and Martian cant grinding against each other like gears that did not fit, but turned because the alternative was stillness. A free blade stood apart at the edge of the parade route. Its armor was grey and unmarked save for old scars. No one knew when it had joined the last phase of the war. It had fired into the cathedral's leg clusters. then refused all heraldic invitation afterward. It bowed its helm as St. Breaker passed. Hadrian returned the gesture, not from warmth, from recognition. Some chains were worn outside the armor, some inside. The ceremony ended at the broken plaza, where the first rebel proclamations had been burned. There, beneath the gaze of repaired gun towers, House Valdor renewed its oaths to the Golden Throne, to the Imperium, to the Omnissiah's sacred mysteries, to the house, to the thrones, to the ancestors, to the dead who had paid and the living who would pay next. The words were magnificent. They always were. They rose above the ruined hive and sounded, for a brief moment, like meaning. Hadrian spoke them through St. Breaker's vox, and his voice rolled across Mordrath in a thunderous oath that made chained workers kneel and guardsmen stiffen. Inside the throne, he felt the truth beneath the ceremony. The Brotherhood of Colossal war machines was not love between pilots. It was not compassion beneath banners, not unity of noble hearts, not the shining bond of heroes striding to mankind's defense. It was bondage, noble to throne, throne to ancestor, ancestor to lie, machine spirit to bloodline, sacristan to engine, serf to chain, soldier to order, world to tithe, atrocity to necessity, a brotherhood of iron coffins, each one walking, a brotherhood of kings buried alive inside weapons, a brotherhood that made worlds useful and called the result salvation. When the oath ended, St. Breaker's throne tightened around Hadrian. The cockpit darkened. For a moment the outside world vanished. No parade, no banners, no Mordrath, only the inner cathedral of the Throne Mechanicum, where ghosts gathered without bodies and watched the living pilot with patient hunger. Severian spoke first, or something wearing Severian's remains did. The voice came from far away, from broken oath of iron, from blood fused into command cable, from the half-living ancestor who had not yet learned he was dead. Hadrian. Then another voice, smooth and courtly, threaded beneath it. Caradoc, not whole, not alive, not triumphant. A data scar, perhaps, a memory splinter, a ghost caught in shared architecture older than betrayal. Honest butcher, it whispered. Beneath them both came something older, not demon, not man, not machine in any simple sense. It was the weight of thrones before names, of colony wars before terror, of nobles learning that survival excused any act if one lived long enough to call it tradition. It spoke through St. Breaker's sockets and little tyrant's lingering imprint and the hidden shame buried in every Valdor engine. Hadrian could not move. The voice filled him with iron. A knight does not kneel. The throne hooks pulsed. A knight makes worlds kneel. The vision ended. St. Breaker's optics cleared. Mordrath lay before him, conquered, smoking, useful. The manufactorums thundered back to life. The guards saluted. The priests chanted. The workers bent under chains. The dead beneath the underways were silent at last, or buried too deep for anyone important to hear. Above the capital, void horns sounded. New orders had arrived. Another system. Another tithe failure. Another world where obedience had become uncertain and lesser armies were already dying in the mud. House Valdor turned from the parade ground. One by one, its colossal engines began to march toward the waiting landers. Armor repaired, banners lifted, kill marks drying, thrones hungry. Hadrian walked among them in St. Breaker, no longer an armiger pilot, not yet a king, already less a man than he had been. Behind them, Mordrath Secundus burned, worked, and obeyed. Ahead, the stars waited to be corrected.